the data that you have. Ito naman from American Statistical Association, ang sabi niya ay, statistics is the science and of measuring, controlling, and communicating uncertainty. So yung uncertainty, related ito sa probability, and isa ito actually sa pinaka-inaaral sa statistics. For today, hindi tayo masyadong magdi-dwell on uncertainty or probabilities, but we'll be focusing more on the first part, learning from data. So to begin, let's discuss population versus sample. So population is the collection of all elements under consideration in a statistical inquiry. On the other hand, sample is a subset of a population. So makita natin dito sa ating diagram. Makita natin dito sa diagram, yung sample ay bahagi siya ng ating population. Dito sa right na picture, yung sample ay 5 tao yung laman, tapos yung population ay mas malaki. Tapos yung 5 tao na yon galing doon sa population. So example natin. Pasig LGU wants to know how much budget they need to allocate for laptops to have the residents without computers be able to work from home and continue with the remote learning. Pasig has 180,612 households. They conducted phone interview with 200 households. So yung tanong dito ay ano yung population at ano yung sample? So yung population dito ay yung 180,612 and yung 200 households naman natin yung sample. Next with this data. So variable is a characteristic or attribute of elements in a collection that can assume different values for the different elements. An observation, on the other hand, is the realized value of a variable. And data are simply the collection of observations. So isang example lang dito, no? For example, variable ay assigned sex. Tapos kunyari may in-interview kang isang tao, ang assigned sex niya ay male. So yung male na yon, yung observation. Yung variable natin ay assigned sex, yung observation natin ay male. So kapag may collection ka naman ng mga observation, ang tawag doon ay data. So balik tayo dun sa example natin about Pasig. Dito, sa table, makikita nyo na meron tayong 4 observations. So meron tayong 4 rows dito ng responses. Tapos meron naman tayong 1, 2, 3. 3 variables. So yung variables natin ay kung saang barangay sila nakatira, kung gaano kalaki yung kanilang household, at kung ilan yung computer nila sa household. Next concepts are statistic versus parameter. So ano yung statistic, ano yung parameter? Parameter is a summary measure describing a specific characteristic of the population. A statistic, on the other hand, is a summary measure describing a specific characteristic of the sample. So para madaling tandaan, parameter, population, parehong P, yung statistic ay sample. So parang naman silang letter S. So doon sa ating example ulit, base sa census ng Pasig, ang average household size nila ay 4.2. Base naman dito sa ating sample, ang average household size ay 4.5. So dito sa example natin, itong 4.2 ay parameter, ito namang 4.5 ay statistic. Next concept is elementary unit. Elementary unit is the individual or object on which a variable is measured. So, ano yung object or individual na ating pinagkukunan ng ating measurements? So, dito sa ating example ulit, meron tayong 180,612 households, may phone interviews with 200 households. So, question lang to everyone, please type niyo yung sagot sa chat. Ano yung tingin nyong elementary unit dito? Sige, pa-type sa chat. Please huwag kayong mahiya kung hindi kayo sure sa sagot niya.
Okay, so Sir Xavier, I will be checking on the participants who will be responding. So I got a response from Sir Joff. He mentioned number of computers. From Elton Pascual, he mentioned barangay. Okay. Other answers? Okay. Prince mentioned barangay as well.
Okay, sige.
Okay, so once again, can we repeat the question, Sir Xavier, so that everyone could further absorb?
Sige. Okay. Alin dito sa example natin, alin yung elementary unit? So balikan ko lang yung definition ng elementary unit ha. Ito yung individual or object kung saan sinusukat mo yung variables na gusto mong sukatin.
Okay. Other participants?
Meron pa ba tayong
answers?
Meron pa ba tayong additional answers?
Okay, don't be hesitant on giving out your answers because the main purpose of this activity is for us to learn.
Yes. So if please lagay niyo yung answer niyo para rin ma-gauge ko kung I need to emphasize more on certain topics.
Okay, I see a different answer here. Sir Dan Mangas mentioned household size. Okay, I'm also seeing answers from Sir Murphy and Miss Diane. Number of computers. Okay.
Sige, I think we have enough answers here. And yung answer actually dito ay household. Household yung ating elementary unit. Kasi kung titignan niyo yung example, sino ba yung ini-interview natin? Di ba each household, tatanungin natin, saang barangay kayo nakatira, ilang kayo sa bahay, ilang kayo sa household nyo, tapos ilan yung computers na meron kayo sa household nyo. So yung elementary unit dito ay household. Kapag yung tanong, for example, ay ilan yung interview ay individual, tapos yung tanong ay ilang computer ang meron ka, yung elementary unit naman doon ay individual kasi yung individual naman yung tinatanong mo about the variables. Pero in this case, household yung ating interview. So, gaano kalaki yung household nyo, ilan yung number ng computer sa household nyo. So, sa example natin ngayon, yung elementary unit ay household. May message dito si 𝗂𝗏𝗏. May binigay siyang example actually. Sabi niya, for instance, suppose we selected a random sample of 100 students from a school with 1,000 students. Ang gusto niyang malaman ay average height. So dito sa message ni 𝗂𝗏𝗏, yung elementary unit naman natin dito ay student. Kasi yung height ay sinusukat natin sa student. Okay. Yung dagdag din ni J. Bueno, the unit of analysis is the major entity that you're analyzing in your study. For instance, any of the following could be a unit of analysis, individual groups. Yes. So, pwedeng individuals, pwedeng groups, pwedeng organization, or pwede ring object. Okay. So, next ay quantitative and qualitative variables. A qualitative variable is a variable that yields categorical responses. Example nito ay assigned sex at birth, employment status, or HIV facility you are affiliated with. So, qualitative kapag yung sagot ay categories. Quantitative, on the other hand, takes on numerical values representing an amount or quantity. So, example nito, height, age, tapos number of clients. So, dito sa example natin, ang barangay ay qualitative variable. Yung quantitative naman ay yung household size saka number of computers. Ngayon punta naman tayo sa levels of measurement. So merong apat, ratio, interval, ordinal, saka nominal. So first is ratio. So yung ratio ay may 4 properties. Yung una ay numbers in the system are used to classify a person or object into distinct, non-overlapping, and exhaustive categories. Yung pangalawa ay yung categories ay arranged according to magnitude. So may order siya na papalaki or papaliit. Next ay the system has a fixed unit of measurement representing a set size throughout the scale. So meaning, yung in-between doon sa ating categories, kapag, kunyari, category A, pumunta akong category B, yung difference ng category A sa category B, yun din yung difference ng category B sa category C. And yung last property ay meron siyang absolute zero. So yung point lang nitong absolute zero ay meaning may true zero. Kumbaga yung zero, kaya mo siyang i-interpret in real life. For example ay, kunyari, mass. So kunyari, 2 kilograms. Di ba may sense naman kapag sinabi nating 0 kilograms? So yung mass ay masasabi nating ratio. Kasi yung 1 kilogram saka 2 kilograms, pareho siya ng difference sa 2 kilograms saka 3 kilograms. So, itong number 3 ay nasa-satisfy niya. Yung number 2, sa mass naman in kilograms, arrange naman yung kilograms papalaki. So, habang tumataas yung kilograms, ay lumalaki rin yung magnitude ng mass. Tapos yung number 1, sinasabi niya na distinct, non-overlapping, saka exhaustive. Ang point lang nito ay kahit anong i-measure mo na bagay, kaya mo siyang assignan ng kilograms. So kung mag-measure man ako ng libro, 1 kilogram for example, or mag-measure ako ng laptop, 2 kilograms or 2.5 kilograms, kaya kong bigyan ng number yung kahit anong bagay doon sa aking inaaral. Yung interval naman, kapareho rin siya nung ratio except wala siyang absolute zero. So yung example nito usually ay temperature sa degrees Celsius. So bakit siya walang absolute zero? Kasi yung temperature in degrees Celsius, meron tayong negative, di ba? May negative 10 degrees Celsius. So meaning, yung 0 degrees Celsius, hindi talaga siya yung absolute zero. Hindi siya yung pinaka-zero kasi may negative. Yung ordinal naman, kamukha rin siya nung interval, pero hindi naman fixed yung unit of system natin, of measurement. So example nito, kunyari, small, medium, large. Yung small, medium, large, kaya mong i-classify yung objects into small, medium, large. So na-satisfy niya yung first. Tapos yung second, na-satisfy niya rin. Kasi papalaki sila eh. Yung small, mas maliit. Yung medium, mas malaki sa small. Yung large, mas malaki sa medium. So yung number 2, na-satisfy na rin. Pero yung number 3, hindi niya na-satisfy kasi yung small, medium, large, hindi mo naman alam kung gaano kaliit si small compared sa medium or gaano kalaki si large compared sa medium. So hindi fixed yung unit of measurement. Kasi pwedeng yung small mo ay, kunyari, 20 centimeters. Tapos yung medium mo ay 50 centimeters. Tapos yung large mo ay 60 centimeters. So yung small, medium, large, wala siyang fixed unit of measurement. Kaya siya, example siya ng ordinal. Last, yung nominal. Yung nominal actually, yung first lang yung nasa-satisfy niya. Example nito, very common ay assigned sex. So sa assigned sex, may female, saka may male. So sa female, saka male, wala namang magnitude yun. Wala rin siyang fixed unit of measurement. And definitely, wala ring absolute zero. So yun ay nominal. Meron ditong simple guide kung paano lang masagot kung anong klaseng measurement level or level of measurement yung meron sa inyong data values. So example niya dito sa nominal variable, nationality or favorite animal. Ordinal variable, ang example niya ay bad, neutral, or good. Ito naman, interval variable, sabi niya, year of birth or degrees Celsius. So, yung year of birth, wala kasi siyang zero, di ba? Kasi meron pa tayong before, di ba meron tayong BC. So, yung zero natin sa year ay hindi talaga siya zero. Yung example naman ng ratio, body length, saka number of children. Kasi syempre wala namang negative number of children. Hindi naman pwedeng -1 yung aking children. Yung body length din, hindi naman pwedeng -2 feet. So 0 feet, 1 foot, 2 feet, etc. Or 1.5 feet, etc. Okay. So balik tayo dun sa example natin kanina, yung number of computers. So itong 3201, ito yung data natin kanina. Siya ay yung level of measurement niya ay tinatawag na ratio. Kasi meron siyang 0, fixed yung unit of measurement. So alam mo na yung 2 ay mas onti ng isa sa 3 at yung 1 ay mas onti ng isa sa 2. Yung interval naman, example lang, kunyari kunin mo yung number of computers minus household size. So isubtract mo yung number of computers, subtract mo yung household size sa number of computers. So naging siyang 0, -3, -6, -3. So nung nagkaroon na siya ng negative values, hindi na siya ratio, siya ay naging interval na. So kung gagawin naman natin siyang ordinal, example nito, kapag 0, gagawin kong none. Kapag 1 to 2, gagawin kong few. Kapag 3 or more, gagawin kong many. So magiging siyang many, few, none, few. So ito, example naman ito ng ordinal level of measurement. Last naman, nominal. Ginawa ko lang dito ay kapag mas marami yung tao sa bahay or sa household, kaysa sa number of computer nila, kailangan lang ang nakalagay ay needed. Kapag hindi naman, nakalagay not needed. So ito naman, example ng nominal. Kasi wala namang magnitude yung ating values dito na not needed saka needed. So pinapakita lang dito na yung isang variable, pwede siyang iba't ibang levels of measurement. Minsan kunyari sa employment, minsan itatanong lang sa'yo, employed ka ba o hindi? So yun ay nominal. Ngayon, pag tinanong ka naman, ikaw ba ay employed full-time, employed part-time, or unemployed? So yun naman, naging siyang ordinal. Paano naman pag gusto nating gawing ratio? So pwedeng itanong sa'yo, how many hours in a week do you work? So kapag gano'n naman yung sagot mo, sabi mong 40 hours per week, ratio na yon. Kasi pwedeng 0 hours, pwedeng 1 hour, 2 hours, etc. per week. So pinapakita lang nito na yung levels of measurement, pwede siyang iba-iba doon sa isang variable. Depende kung ano yung level ng pagsukat mo doon sa variable. And bakit natin to dinidiscuss ngayon? Marami kasi sa mga statistical analysis, statistical techniques and methods, nakadepende dito sa mga concepts na tinuturo natin. So, hindi pwedeng gumamit ng isang method na para sa ratio, tapos yung variable mo naman ay nominal. Or hindi ka rin naman pwedeng gumamit ng isang method na para sa ordinal data kung nominal data yung meron ka. So mahalaga itong maintindihan para pag kukuha kayo ng datos, kapag gagawa kayo ng survey, magpapasagot kayo ng form, alam nyo kung ano yung dapat, yung uri ng measurement level na ihingin nyo sa mga tao or sa inyong survey, depende sa kung anong tanong ang gusto nyong masagot. For example, dito, number of computer. Kunyari gusto kong malaman on average, ilan ang number of computer sa isang household. So yun ay masasagot ng ratio. Pero kapag yun yung gusto kong tanong, hindi yun masasagot ng ordinal or ng nominal. Pero kunyari ang tanong ko naman ay ilan sa mga households ang hindi nangangailangan ng computer. So yung nominal, pwede niya nang masagot yung tanong na yon. So hindi ko na kailangan tanongin ilan exactly yung number of computers. Pwede kong tanongin na lang kung kailangan nyo ba ng computer o hindi. Okay. Next concept ay dependent and independent variable. So independent variable is the variable that is changed or controlled in a scientific experiment to test the effects on the dependent variable. So independent variable, simply stated, ito yung pwede nating kontrolin or pwede nating kontrolin or baguhin, or ito yung variable na nakakaapekto sa isa pang variable. Yung dependent variable naman, yun naman yung naapektuhan ni independent variable. Pwede nating isipin kunyari na kung gaano ka ano tawag dito? For example, yung paglabas ng tubig sa gripo. So gaano karaming tubig yung lalabas sa gripo? So depende yun, syempre, kung gaano mo binuksan yung faucet. So sa example na yun, yung gaano kabukas yung faucet, yun yung independent variable. Tapos naapektuhan niya kung gaano karami yung lalabas na tubig. Yung paglabas ng tubig, yun yung dependent variable. So for our first activity, pwede ba tayong pumunta sa Google Classroom? Tapos under the preliminaries topic, select the activity resource material. Tapos paki-download yung ating file. while nagda-download kayo, if others are already done and you have questions, please feel free to leave them sa ating group chat. Tapos, try nating sagutin before we go with our first short activity. Okay, pag na-download nyo na, please pakibuksan tapos either mag-reaction kayo ng thumbs up or mag-comment kayo sa ating chat box, sabihin nyo, okay na sir, ready na tayo. Okay? Sige, I'll give you a few more minutes para lang ma-download yung file. Ayan, si third, sabi niya, okay na po. Sige. Para dun sa iba, if hindi nyo mahanap, please leave lang na message sa ating group chat. Si Joff, sabi niya done. Si Dayan, sabi niya okay na po. Sige. Pag hindi nyo ma-download, please either chat or raise nyo yung hand nyo para matulungan din namin kayo. Hindi mahanap or wala pong download icon. Sige. I-share ko yung Google Classroom para lang makita nyo kung saan nahanapin. Okay. Ito siya, activity resource. So under preliminaries, click nyo lang siya. Click nyo yung file. Sorry. Parang si Zoom. Hindi ko makita. Ayaw mag-download. Na-download nyo ba? Sino pa yung hindi naka-download? Okay. Open with Google Sheets, file, then download. So, buksan nyo. Tapos file, then download as Microsoft Excel. Okay. Sige. Let's stop sharing my screen. Doon sa wala pa, if you need help, please raise your hand. Sabi ni Christian Dunn, si Harvey Alvarez. I hope, Harvey, nakita mo na yung resource material. Si 9597622, sabi niya done. Jester Diaz, di mahanap. Hopefully nakita mo na. And please ensure na na-download nyo to kasi gagamitin natin to for the rest of the session. So, dahil alam ko medyo mahirap dahil remote yung ating workshop, no? So, dito sa Excel file, naglagay na ako ng detailed instructions para hindi tayo mahirapan. Okay, done. Okay. Pabukas sa Excel. So, sabi ni Joff, sorry, what is the file again? Activity Resource Workshop. Okay, so pabukas ng file, tapos basahin yung, tignan nyo lang muna yung number 1 instructions, saka yung number 1 sheets. So bibigyan ko lang kayong 5 minutes para lang tignan to. And then sabay-sabay natin gagawin to. Balik tayo mag-start tayo ng 9:53. Okay.
Okay, so just to check, Elton, are you receiving an error message? Okay, for the rest of our participants, let us know if you are having issues downloading the file, because as mentioned by our speaker, we will be needing that all throughout the discussion. Okay, so 3 more minutes for the rest of the participants to be able to download the file. So as mentioned, we will be needing that for the rest of our discussions. Please let us know if you are having issues downloading it, or if you are done downloading it, so that we'll be notified as well. Okay. Also, just while we are waiting for the rest of our participants to download the file, let me just reinforce, especially to those who have just signed in a moment ago. Please do sign up, sign up on our online activity attendance form. This will be the basis for the names that will appear on the certificates. Okay. So just to give you an update, as of 9:52, I have only received 21 responses. So out of the expected number of participants, I have only received 21 responses. So for those who have not yet signed up for our attendance, kindly do so while we are waiting for the rest of our folks. Okay. Sir Xavier, can you do like a quick how to download the actual file? Can you show it to them, like where to go from Google Sheet?
Okay, sige.
Just to make sure that everyone is on the same page po.
Sige. Share ko ulit yung aking screen. Okay, so dun sa ating Google Classroom, so nandito siya sa classwork. Tapos under preliminaries, you would see activity resource to be used during Zoom. So i-click nyo siya, tapos i-click nyo itong file na ito. So pagka-click nyo, mag-open siya nito, tapos i-click nyo tong Open with Google Sheets. Bubukas siya sa Google Sheets. So hintayin lang natin. Tapos sa file, click lang natin File, and then Download. Tapos piliin natin yung Microsoft Excel. Pag click nyo yan, magda-download na siya, tapos buksan nyo na siya sa Microsoft Excel. Okay ba yun? May hindi pa ba nakaka-access or may nahihirapan pa? Sige. Dun sa mga nakabukas na, pwedeng pa-raise ng inyong hands. Para lang makita natin. Para sure. Okay, Diane, Joff. Raise your hands kung nakabukas na yung Excel nyo with the file. CJ, Dan. Okay. Basti. Okay. Hintayin lang natin yung iba. Si Third, nag-raise through the comment. Okay. Okay. Ronchi, Mark, Euravian, John Albert, Christian.
Okay, they're literally raising their hands through chat.
Si Harvey din. Okay. Sige. Okay. Sige. Tapos pag binuksan nyo na to, until mamaya, wag nyo muna isara kasi gagamitin natin to all throughout. Kada module natin, meron tayong activity na naka-plan na dyan para magamit natin yung natutunan natin sa Excel naman. Sige, we're still waiting for others. Sana hindi mangawit yung mga naka-raise hand.
Guys, you could put down your hands po.
And yung mga naka-raise, please keep it raised. Sorry.
Okay, Ma'am Ethel is done.
Okay. Pagtapos na.
There are actually participants messaging me privately that saying they're done. So,
Okay. Pwede trio pa check na lang yung mga hindi pa nakataas kung kung meron pa sa kanila. Baka nag-message na sa'yo hindi lang nakataas. Si April, si Chad, si Jet, nakataas na rin. Yung iba rin kasi dumodoble.
yeah, exactly. There are, I guess, participants who have used multiple gadgets.
Okay, sige. So, ibababa ko na lahat ng kamay ha. We will start with our first activity. Okay. So, share ko lang ulit yung aking Excel. Okay. So, for activity number 1, meron tayong 12 tasks. So yung una nating task ay freeze first row and first 3 columns. So paano to gagawin? Nandito sa column B, yung mas detailed instructions kung paano gawin tong first task. So first, pumunta kayo sa View tab. So punta kayong View tab, tapos click cell D2, tapos click Freeze Panes. So punta ako ng instructions, punta ako dun sa sheet number 1. So ito, yung nasa screen. Click ko yung D2, tapos Freeze Panes. Yan. So pag freeze panes ko, yung first 3 columns, saka yung first row, naka-freeze na. Okay? Nakasunod naman lahat. Sige. Kung may problem kayo, please i-chat nyo or raise yung hand. Tapos trio pasabi na lang if may naka-raise ng hand para we can stop para ma-assist kung may difficulty dito sa ating instructions.
Noted po.
Sige. The second task, sabi ni Matt, wala po akong freeze panes. Sige. Matt, can you share your screen? Pwedeng paki-share yung Excel?
Okay, Matt, you could do the share screen if you put your cursor on the lower part of your screen and there's a green button there that says share screen. Okay. Matt, are you using Google Sheet or are you using the actual Excel file?
Matt, pa-click nung nasa lower left side ng lower left corner ng screen mo, yung Activity Resource Excel SX, pa-click 'yon para magbukas siya in Excel.
The downloaded file, Matt?
Yes.
So you have to open that. Yep, that one.
Okay. Sige. Tapos let us know, Matt, kung bumukas na siya sa Excel mo.
Hello po.
Okay na, Matt?
Yes po. Na-open ko na po siya kanina. Then I tried to click the #1.
Okay.
Tapos yung D tab. Then nung hinahanap ko po yung freeze panes, wala po akong option.
Pwede pa share nung Excel mo?
Can you switch to the actual Excel file, Matt? Thanks.
Po.
Matt, pa-share nung screen mo showing the Microsoft Excel.
Sige po.
Thank you.
Nakikita mo na? Okay na.
Yung nakikita namin, Matt, yung downloads folder pa rin. So, yung i-share screen mo yung Microsoft Excel.
Okay, click open. Open. No, open. Yes, that one. Okay, let's wait for the actual application to pop up.
Matt, nakikita mo ba siya sa screen mo, yung Microsoft Excel?
Yes po.
Okay. Yung nakikita kasi namin sa Zoom, yung downloads folder.
Yeah.
So I think i-stop mo muna yung share screen mo, tapos i-reshare mo yung Microsoft Excel.
Sige po.
Okay.
Share screen.
Okay. Christian is also having the same issue. Okay, there you go.
Nakikita niyo na po ba?
Sorry. Nakamute pala ako. Yes, nakikita namin. Punta ka sa View tab, please.
View.
Nasa bandang taas. Okay. Taas pa na. Sorry. Yung right ng onte. Yung View.
Okay, Matt, from the File tab, count 8. And then you'll see View.
Okay na pa.
Okay. Sige. Tapos ayan, freeze pane. So, click mo muna yung, sa instruction, sabi, punta ka muna ng cell D2. So, click mo yung cell D2. Sige. Cell Cell D2. So, yung 32, yan. Sige, click mo yan. So, makita mo dun sa gilid nakalagay D2, sa baba ng paste, di ba? D2. So, ngayon punta ka ng View. View tab ulit. Tapos, click mo yung Freeze Panes. Yan. Freeze Panes. Yang freeze, yan. Okay. So, try mo i-scroll yung worksheet mo. Makita mo na yung first row niya naka-fix na. Okay? Yan. So, yung first row mo, hindi na siya bumababa.
Yes po.
Okay. Sige. So, si Christian, okay na rin daw?
Thank you po.
Sige. Okay, sige. I'll start sharing my screen na para punta tayo dun sa next. Okay, yung next task natin ay palitan yung fill color of the first row. So, punta kayo sa Home tab. Tapos, i-select nyo yung entire first row. Tapos, click nyo yung paint bucket. Ito yung paint bucket. Kung makikita nyo sa Zoom, kung nasan yung mouse pointer ko, yun yung paint bucket. So, ito siya. Tapos, pili kayo ng kahit anong dark color. So, pwedeng black, pwedeng dark gray, kung ano man. So, gawin ko lang siya sa akin, ha. So, select yung first row. Click nyo tong 1. So, na-select na lahat. Tapos, pili akong dark color. Okay. So, meron ng kulay yung ating first row. Okay. Wala namang problema. Sige, punta tayo sa task number 3. So, palitan naman natin yung font color ng first row. So, punta ulit kayo sa Home tab. Select nyo ulit yung first row. Tapos, meron ditong letter A button. So, kung nasan yung mouse pointer ko. Tapos, may color siya sa baba. Nakalagay font color. Ito. So, palitan nyo lang yung kulay to white. So, ito white. So, gawin ko lang siya sa akin, ha. So, select ko to. Nasa home tab ako. Click ko to, pili ako ng white. Okay. So, tapos na yung ating task number 3. So, okay ba tayo doon with the first 3 tasks? Okay, sige. Proceed tayo sa task number 4. Change the number formatting of columns D, E, and F. So, pinapapalitan sa atin yung number formatting. So, punta tayo sa Home tab, tapos i-select nyo yung columns D, E, and F. So, paano ito gawin? Click ko tong D, tapos i-drag ko siya papuntang F. Kung hindi kayo sanay, pwede rin click nyo yung D, tapos kung pwede nyo pindutin yung Control or Command, kung Mac yung gamit nyo, Control, tapos hold nyo lang yung Control key, click nyo yung E, click nyo yung F. Tapos yung next instruction ay change the number format, tapos gawing number. So yung number format, ito yon nasa Home tab, nakalagay dito General. So palitan nyo to into number. Okay. Pareho ba kayo na nakikita sa inyong Excel sa nasa Zoom? Sige, proceed tayo sa... Okay, sabi ni Ronchi, yes po. Thank you, Ronchi. Okay, so proceed tayo sa task number 5. Change the number of decimal places to 0 sa columns D, E, and F. So, balik tayo dun sa Home tab. Okay, nasa Home tab tayo. I-select nyo ulit itong cells na ito, columns na ito, D, E, and F. Tapos may ano dito, may button dito, decrease decimal. Nasa baba lang siya ng number formatting. So, pag clinic ko tong increase decimal, dadami. Kapag clinic ko naman yung decrease decimal, mababawasan. So, i-click nyo lang yung decrease until walang decimal place na matira. Okay. Sige. So, dapat yung makita nyo sa Excel nyo parang ganito. Okay. Task number 6. Wrap text in the first row. So, yung wrap text, kasi kung titingnan nyo yung number 1 sheet natin, hindi mo mabasa yung nakalagay dito kasi hindi masyadong mahaba. So, ang pinapagawa niya ay select the entire first row, go to Home tab, then select the entire first row, tapos click the wrap text button. So, nasan yun? Select natin to. Nasa Home tab ako. Tapos may nakalagay dito wrap text. So, pag click ko yan, yan, mag-a-adjust yung text natin. Pero hindi ko pa rin mabasa. Baka hindi nyo rin nababasa sa inyo. So, yung task number 7 natin ay adjust row height of first row until you can see the entire text. So, paano yung gagawin? Punta kayo sa, ilagay nyo yung mouse cursor nyo between the first and second rows, tapos i-drag down nyo until makita nyo yung entire text. So, lagay ko dito, sundan nyo yung mouse pointer ko, dito, drag, i-drag ko siya kapag naging cross na yung symbol, drag down ko hanggang makita ko yung buong text. Okay. Sige, before we continue with task number 8, pareho ba tayo na nakikita? Yung nasa Zoom ba ay yun din ba yung nakikita nyo sa inyong Microsoft Excel? Sabi ni Harvey, yes po sir. Okay. Basti, sabi niya, opo. Yup, sabi ni Joff. Yung iba, meron bang may difficulty or may hindi tayo magawa na task? Okay. Mukhang okay naman tayong lahat. So proceed tayo sa task number 8. So yung pinapagawa niya lang ay insert new row above the first row. So paano ito gawin? Select the first row. So i-click nyo ulit yung 1. Tapos right-click on number 1. Right-click nyo dun sa number 1. Yung number 1 yung makita nyo dito sa left part ng inyong screen. Tapos click insert. So gagawin ko rin siya sa akin. Select ko yung first row. Right-click ko dito sa number 1. Tapos insert. So magkakaroon ako ng new row sa pinakataas. Okay? So task number 9, find the average for columns D, E, and F. So yung first na gagawin nyo ay i-type nyo itong nakalagay dito. So wag nyo isama yung quotation marks. So type ko daw siya sa D1. So kung D1, type ko dito. Okay. Tapos, sabi dito ay select cell D1 and then position your mouse cursor on the loans across sign. Tapos drag to the right until column F. So, click ko itong D1, lagay ko sa lower right. So, naging cross sign na yung aking cursor. I-drag ko to the right. So, dapat yung nakalagay screen nyo ay 28,731. Yan ay nasa first row ng inyo. Okay. So, yung tawag dito sa ginawa natin ay ang tawag dyan ay relative referencing. So bakit siya relative? Bakit siya relative? Kasi yung nasa formula natin, di ba letter D? Nung ginalaw ko nung kinapi ko yung formula sa letter E, yung letter D naging letter E rin. Tapos nung kinapi ko siya sa column F, yung letter E naging Sorry, nawala ata ako, trio. Hello? Pwede nyo ba comment sa chat na yung aking Zoom kasi?
Sir Xavier, medyo kakaroon tayo ng
Nawala ako.
issue. Oo.
Para
ano lang, pa-repeat na lang nung last few statements. Baka hindi na nasundan.
Sige.
Okay.
Sige. Sorry, nag-close yung Zoom ko, nag-restart siya. Sige. Kung babalikan natin tong first row natin, ang tawag dito actually ay relative referencing. So yung relative referencing, ibig sabihin kapag ginalaw ko yung formula, magbabago yung nasa loob niya. So example dito, nasa column D ako, kung nakalagay sa formula D3 saka D9000. Ngayon, nung kinopy ko siya to column E, yung letter D naging letter E. Tapos, nung kinopy ko rin siya sa letter F, yung E naging letter F. Kaya ang tawag sa kanya relative. So parang pag ginalaw mo yung formula, magbabago rin yung letters or numbers doon sa loob ng formula. Okay. So balik dito sa instructions tab, yung number 10, ang pinapatry niya naman sa atin ay absolute referencing. So i-delete nyo yung laman ng D1, E1, and F1 cells, tapos i-paste nyo itong formula na nandito. I-paste nyo sa D1. Okay. So, ganun pa rin, 28,082. Tapos, yung next instruction niya ay ulitin daw yung tasks number 9.2 to 9.5. So, i-drag ko lang ulit siya papunta sa column F. Okay. Ngayon, kung mapapansin nyo, nung dirinag natin, pare-pareho na silang 28,000, 28,000, 28,000. Ang tawag dito ay absolute referencing. So, yun yung dollar sign dito. So, nung ginalaw ko siya pa right, yung letter D, hindi siya nagbago. Okay. So, yung isang tanong ay, paano paano naman pag drinag down ko? So, kunyari, dito, tingin lang muna kayo sa Zoom. Magta-try lang ako. Okay. So, dito, sa una, nilagay ko ay F7. Ito siya. F7. Okay? Kita nyo dito sa formula nakalagay F7. Tapos try ko dito sa isa, F$7. So, ito ang nakalagay. 7. So, ang mangyayari kapag dinag sila pababa, itong F7, makokopya niya yung nandito sa column F. Pero itong si F daw kuha, kahit i-drag ko siya pababa, hindi siya gagalaw sa pababang row. So, yun yung tinatawag na absolute referencing. Okay. So, move tayo sa last two tasks. Task 11, so, yung D1, E1, and F1, tapos ilagay siya sa G1. Sorry, lag pa ba yung audio ko?
Yes, sir, see, naglalag po yung audio. Though, I guess the participants can follow through the screen.
Tria, naririnig pa ba ako?
Yes, oo. Clear ka sa akin at the moment, pero there are instances na naglalag ka.
Okay, sige.
Okay, thanks.
Pa-alert na lang ako medyo matagal yung lag para maulit ka.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Yung task 11, pinapa-add na lang yung value sa D1, E1, and F1. Tapos ilagay nyo siya sa G1. So select G1. Tapos type ko lang D1 plus E1 plus F1. Tapos, yung task 12, pareho lang din siya ng pinapagawa, pero instead na i-add mo, gamitin daw yung sum. So, sa H1, lagay lang sum D1 up to F1. So, dapat pareho lang ng value yung G1 saka H1. yung ibig sabihin ng colon dito, nakalagay dito, sum parenthesis D1 colon F1, ibig sabihin nun 2. So from D1 up to F1. Yun lang yung meaning nun. Colon dito. Okay, so natapos ba natin lahat ng tasks? Meron bang question for the first activity? Si Joff parang tapos na.
Okay. So, si third,
Okay.
tapos na rin. So while we're waiting for the rest, let's just try to reinforce ano yung mga basic formulas na nakita natin dito or mga hacks and tricks. So first is yung formula for average, and then yung absolute referencing, and then yung sum. Okay, I can see na tapos na rin si Miss CJ, si Basti, si Miss Diane, tapos na din. How about the rest? Are we having issues? Are we following through?
Okay, mukhang tapos na lahat, no? Sige, yung gusto ko lang ding i-highlight dito ay very important yung view natin ng data. Kaya may pinagawa ko muna yung freeze. Kasi matutulungan kayo nito na mag-navigate, lalo na pag malaki yung worksheet nyo, kapag maraming columns. Para
Sure,
hindi kayo malilito. Tapos very important din yung number formatting para hindi rin kayo malito sa dates. Sa number formatting may dates, may currency, percentage, etc.
okay.
So, sarili nyong oras pa explore din noon.
Sir Xavier, merong comment dito si Ma'am Ethel. She mentioned, bakit name yung lumalabas sa akin instead of numbers?
Name. Pwede po ba pa-share nung inyong screen? Para lang po makita natin.
Okay, Ma'am Ethel, you could go ahead and share your screen to the rest of our participants so that we could check it. Okay. For Sir Joff, yes, we are going to have our scheduled morning break after this session, right, Sir Xavier?
I think. Wait lang ha.
Yeah, double check natin yung ating flow. Yes, tama, di ba? Okay.
Yes. Medyo on time naman tayo kasi may draft program ako dito, 10:20.
So, yes, we are going to have a 10-minute morning break after checking on everyone's work.
Yes.
Okay. So, Ma'am Ethel, can you share your screen now? Okay, so while we are waiting, Sir Steve, ano kaya yung probable cause kung bakit instead of number yung lumalabas doon sa supposed to be, I mean, bakit name yung lumalabas instead of an actual value?
Ang tanong ko ay saan to? Christian, can you share your screen para makita natin? Or Ethel, if you can share your screen also, kung sino man yung mauna. Then we'll try to figure out kung ano yung ano natin.
Okay. So there you go. So Ma'am Ethel is sharing her screen.
Okay. Sige. Pa-enter po. Sige. Okay po. Tapos pa-enter na lang po muna. Okay. Click okay po. Tapos Ayan. Tapos enter nyo lang po muna.
Ayun.
Ayaw.
Kulang ng character.
Okay po. Yung D3 colon, lagay nyo po D9000. Okay nyo po muna, tapos lagay nyo po yung D. So, type ulit natin equals average, parenthesis, D3 colon D9000. Okay. Close parenthesis. Ayan. Okay. So, ayan. Oops. Sige po. Para po mai-copy nyo doon sa E1 and F1, click nyo po yung cell na D1. Yan po. Tapos meron pong maliit na box sa lower right corner po. Tapat nyo po doon yung mouse cursor nyo. Yan. Tapos i-drag nyo po until yan. Yan po. Ayan. Tapos lumabas na po for others. Tapos sa column G, sa cell G1, pa-type po ang D1 equals D1 plus E1 plus F1.
Plus sign, Ma'am Ethel. Yan. Plus E1 plus F1. Okay.
Tapos sa H1 naman po, kukunin din po natin yung sum, pero gamitin po natin yung equals, sum, S-U-M, tapos parenthesis po, D1 colon F1. So pareho lang po siya nung ginawa natin sa G1, pero this time gumamit po tayo ng function. So yan po yung last task for our activity 1.
For the rest of our participants po, were you able to follow through until the end of the activity number 1?
You're welcome po.
From Miss April, hindi ako makafollow. Ibang file yung nasa classwork ko. Hindi ganyan. Classwork. Miss April, were you able to download the actual Excel file? Okay, so ibang file. Sir Steve, I guess we could pause for a 10-minute morning break while we're asking for Miss April's concern. Maybe Miss April could go ahead and share her screen.
Okay. Sige. Remind ko lang yung file na kailangan natin today ay for now ay itong activity resource file. So ito siya. Tapos pa-download na lang nito. Rio, pa-assist naman kung sakaling hindi pa rin natin ma-download.
Yes,
kasi
okay
gagamitin natin to for activities 2 to 4.
Okay, noted po. Okay,
tapos,
so yes po, go ahead, sorry.
Reminder lang sa participants, yung diniscuss natin kanina actually, meron dito sa Google Classroom, sama-sama ako ng iba't ibang YouTube videos. I'll share lang.
Okay. Miss April, if you could hear me, can you go ahead and share your screen. Okay, so for the rest of our participants, let's go ahead and have our morning break. Time check, it's now 10:33 in the morning. Please be back at 10:43. So no need to log out. You could just do your nature break, wee break, or if you want to grab a cup of coffee, please do so. Okay. So, Miss April, can you go ahead and put your cursor on the activity resource, open close parenthesis to be used for during Zoom? Click that one. Okay. There's the actual file. Click that. Click. Okay. Yes. Open that activity resource worksheet. Now you have to open it through Google Sheet. Click that open with. Click Google Sheets. Okay, so wait for the file to open. Okay, so once again, please be back by 10:43 so that we could resume our session on time. Okay, so let's just wait, Miss April, until the grayed out file becomes black. It's still loading. Okay. Still working on. Okay, now go to downloads. On the arrow, click Microsoft Excel. Yes, click that one. Okay, so it's going to download an actual Excel file. There you go. Okay, once the download process is complete, you have to open the actual Excel file. Okay, so once the Excel file is already open, where is that? Can you close that raw data workshop? Yes, close that first. Close both files. Close that one. There you go. There is the activity resource, the third file. Yes. Click that file. Okay. Click enable editing. There. So as you may see, there are several tabs, or yes, there are several tabs at the bottom part of your screen. There's an instruction tab and an actual activity tab. Okay, so all you have to do is go to the instruction tab first, and we'll go through with the actual activity. So it says here, number 1, freeze the first row and first 3. Okay, I guess you already know what to do. Okay, first, freeze the first row and first 3 columns. So how to do it? Just follow the instruction. First, you have to go to the View tab. So the View tab is located on the upper part of your screen. From the File tab, count 8, and you will see the View tab. Okay, from the View tab, you will see the Freeze Panes option. Okay, move to the right, move your cursor a bit to the right. There you go. Click that and click Freeze Panes. Oops, you have to put your cursor first to D2 before you click that. Cell D2. Yeah, there you go. Now you can go ahead and click Freeze Panes. So if you would notice, it has already been freezed. Okay, so basically you are done with number 1. Go to the next question or next activity. Change fill color of the first row. So you have to go to the Home tab, select the entire first row, and change the color. So you will see the paint bucket. You just have to change the color of your choice, of course. Choose a more vivid color, not black. Maybe yellow. There. Okay. Next. Number 3. Let's go to instruction number 3. Change the font color of the first row. So go back to tab number 1. Okay, highlight the entire row and then change the font color of your choice. You could select red maybe so that it becomes more visible. For the rest of our participants who are not on break, this is also a recap of the instructions given a while ago. Okay, go back to instruction 1 tab to check on the next thing to do. Number 4, change the number formatting for columns D, E, and F. Okay, so first thing that you have to do is select columns D, E, and F. So go to tab number 1, highlight the entire, go to the exact letter D, E, and F. D, E, and F, okay. And then you will see there the formatting. It says general. Go back to number 1. Okay, you will see on the upper part, yes, it's general. You have to change it to number. Click the drop down. There. Okay. Next instruction. Number 5. Go to number 5. Which number are you in now? So change the number of the decimal places to 0 for columns D, E, and F. Okay, highlight columns D, E, and F once again. And then below the number, yes, click that one. I guess it has already been done. It's now on the 0 decimal. Go to the next instruction. Okay. For the rest of our participants, time check. It's now 10:43 in the morning. We assume that everyone is already back. Okay, last 3 instruction. So wrap text in the first row. So go back to tab number 1, highlight the first row, click the entire number 1 row, okay, and then you will see on the home tab, wrap text. Yes, click that. Okay, so you will notice that the positioning of the characters from D, E, and F have already changed. Go to the next instruction. Okay, it says on the number 7 instruction, adjust row height of the first row until you can see the entire text. So all you have to do is adjust the height of the first row. There you go. Oops. Yep. Go ahead. Adjust it a little further until you see all of the characters. Okay, perfect. Now go to the next instruction. Okay, instruction number 8, insert a new row above the first row. So go back to tab number 1, highlight number 1, then right click from your mouse. No, yeah, highlight the entire row, right click, click insert. Okay, so if you'd notice, another row has already been added above the existing row that you have. Go to the next instruction. Number 9, find the average of columns D, E, and F. Okay, so you have to find cell D1 from the tab number 1. There you go. Now you have to type in the formula. So it's equal sign average, open parenthesis, go back to your Excel file, open parenthesis, there you go, just copy the exact formula. Okay, D1, okay, D3 colon D9000, click enter. Okay. And then you have to drag it to the right until you reach column F, until you reach cell F1. Highlight D1. Okay, drag it to the right, going to F1. Okay, awesome. Next instruction. Okay, you have to try absolute cell referencing. Okay, so from the existing average formula, all you have to do is put a number sign or a dollar sign. Okay, go back to tab number 1. Highlight cell D1. Go to the formula bar. There, put a number, key in a dollar sign, and then before D9 as well. Before D9, not there. There you go. put a dollar sign and then click enter. Okay, go to the next instruction. So it says there you have to drag it to the right as well. Go back to tab number 1. Okay, drag it until F1, until you reach F1. So notice that it actually changed, right? Now go to the next instruction. Okay, it says instruction number 11 on G1 or cell G1, you have to compute for the sum of D1, E1, and F1 using the manual computation plus sign. Okay, go to tab number 1, highlight cell G1. On the formula bar, you could key an equal sign, and then D1, key in D1, plus, it should not be equals, it should be plus, shift, plus, there you go, E1 plus F1, enter. There you go. Next instruction. Okay, it should be the same thing, but now you are going to use the sum formula. So go to tab number 1 and select H1, cell H1, and then key in equal sign, sum, open parenthesis, and then from D1, drag it until F1. Or you have to put in colon, F1, close parenthesis. There you go. Okay, notice that it gives you the same exact answer. And you are done with activity number 1. Okay, hope the rest of our participants were able to follow through. Sir Xavier, I guess we could resume with the next part. Time check, it's now 10:51.
Okay.
Okay, just a reminder, for those participants who have not yet signed up for our online attendance form, please do so, as this will be the basis of the names that will appear on your certificate of completion. Thank you. Sir Xavier, go ahead.
Okay. So now we're done with our first activity. So hopefully lahat kayo na sundan naman. If you have time later or some other days, pwede niyong balikan yung ating activity tapos ulitin nyo sa oras niyo. Okay. So I'll be sharing my screen. Okay, so some tips in using Microsoft Excel. And I'm not sure kung meron ditong marunong mag-programming. Basically, same din yung concepts or ideas na i-share ko. Number 1, Google is your friend. Kapag may hindi kayo alam, just type in yung gusto nyong gawin. Kunyari, I want to add values in a column. Then add nyo lang Excel. Then Google nyo yun, then you would find several examples there. Tip number 2, when learning a new function or feature, try it out first with small-sized and simple set of data. This will help you know if you understand the example or instructions from the website you found correctly. So yung gagawin nyo lang ay maglagay lang kayong random numbers, kunyari 5, 10, 15. Tapos, i-try nyo doon yung function na yung bagong function na gusto nyong matutunan. Para ma-compute nyo manually yung dapat lumabas, tapos ma-double check nyo kung yung binigay sa inyo ng Excel, pareho dun sa manual computation na ginawa ninyo. Okay, now let's move on to data collection methods. I won't be going through the data collection methods. Medyo marami sila. Yung first 5 dito, examples lang ito ng quantitative data collection method. So merong observation, merong survey, meron ding experiments, pwede ring desk review using secondary data, tulad ng mga news reports or published government reports. Pwede ring simulations, and pwede rin yung ibang qualitative data collection methods tulad ng interviews, focus group discussion, etc. Marami ring uri ng statistical methods. First, yung descriptive statistics. And then meron tayong mga tests. I'm sure baka naalala nyo to from high school or college, yung t-test, meron ding z-test. Meron ding median tests, baka less familiar na ito sa inyo. Correlation, linear regression, baka familiar sa inyo to. ANOVA, ANCOVA, MANOVA, MANCOVA, generalized linear models, tree-based methods, support vector machine, supervised and unsupervised learning, etc. So maraming uri ng statistical methods, and depende yung statistical method na gagamitin ninyo doon sa research question na gusto nyong sagutin. So doon lagi nagsisimula yung isang pag-aaral. So ano yung tanong na gusto nyong sagutin? Based dun sa tanong na gusto nyong sagutin, anong klaseng data yung inyong kukunin? Base sa datos na nakuha ninyo, anong statistical method yung appropriate para doon? Kasi syempre, depende sa tanong nyo, yung data na kakailanganin nyo, at depende sa data na meron kayo, kung ano yung method na gagamitin nyo para ma-analyze yung data. So hindi natin i-discuss yung mga nakalagay dito except yung descriptive statistics. Yung ibang methods kasi dito, mas nangangailangan ng kaalaman sa math. So I'm not sure kung pare-pareho tayo ng level ng skills sa algebra, linear algebra, calculus, etc. So yung i-discuss lang natin today ay yung descriptive statistics. So for our second module, we'll be talking about descriptive statistics. So first, we define a summary measure. A summary measure is a single value that we compute from a collection of measurements in order to describe one of the collection's particular characteristics. So yung data kasi natin, may siyang characteristics. At yung summary measure, isa siyang value na nagdi-describe nung isa sa mga characteristics na yun. Ang isang example ng summary measure ay measure of central tendency. It is used to represent the entire data. Yung isa pang tawag sa measure of central tendency ay average. Ang measure of central tendency, maraming uri. Yung pinaka-common ay yung arithmetic mean. So yun yung i-add mo lang lahat ng value, divide mo kung ilan sila. So kunwari, ang numbers ko ay 3, 4, and 5. So i-add ko lang yung 3, 4, saka 5. Then i-divide ko kung ilan sila. So divide ko yung arithmetic mean. Meron ding tinatawag na weighted mean, meron ding tinatawag na trimmed mean, tapos meron ding median, meron ding mode. For today, i-discuss natin, then dadaanan lang natin tong weighted mean and trimmed mean, tapos discuss natin yung median and mode. And tapos sa dulo, discuss natin yung pagkakaiba nila, saka kung ano yung appropriate na gamitin base sa ating datos. So tandaan nyo, kahit ano dito ay pwedeng tawaging average. Usually, yung arithmetic mean yung sinasabi nating average. Si Excel, yung average function, it arithmetic mean. Pero yung median, yung mode, pwede rin siyang tawaging average. And mamaya makita natin kung kailan gagamitin yung first, we begin with the arithmetic mean. So it is the sum of all values in the collection divided by the total number of elements in the specified collection. It locates the center of mass of the data. So medyo complicated yung, hindi naman masyado, pero baka overwhelming sa iba yung equation dito. Pero ang sinasabi lang nito, i-add mo lang lahat ng values, tapos yung i-divide mo lang siya kung ilan yung number of elements na meron ka. Okay. For our example, katuloy lang ng example natin sa Module 1, hanapin natin yung arithmetic mean for the household size. For the number of computers. So i-add lang natin lahat nung values. So 3 plus 2 plus 0 plus 1 plus 2 plus 6 by yung number of values na yun. So meron tayong 6 values, meron tayong 6 entries. So divide by 6. So 2.33. 2.33. Yun yung ating sample mean. So yung arithmetic mean, ginagamit niya lahat ng observation para makuha yung single value, yung measure of central tendency natin. And yung problema ng arithmetic mean, meron kang value na napakalaki, maapektuhan ng drastically yung iyong arithmetic mean. For example, income. Sabihin natin ang income, tatlo kayo magkakaibigan, ang income mo ay 15,000 per month. Yung isa mo namang kaibigan ay 20,000 per month. Tapos yung isa mong kaibigan ay 100,000 per month. So pag kinuha mo yung mean nun, mag-shift siya towards around 50,000. So malaki yung pag-shift ng ating mean kapag meron kang extreme observation. This means that the mean is not a resistant measure against outlier or observations that are far from the rest of the observations. So ito yung sinasabi ko na yung mean natin ay madali siyang maapektuhan ng mga extreme values or mga sobrang laki or sobrang liit na values. You can compute for the mean of data when the variable of interest is at least interval. So dun sa level of measurements natin levels of measurement natin kanina, yung mean magagamit lang natin kapag interval or ratio. Isa pang property ng mean ay it always exists. So laging merong mean ang isang set of data at unique siya. Isa lang yung mean natin. Yung weighted mean naman ay modification ng arithmetic mean. So nag-a-assign ka lang ng weight doon sa measure. So yung usual na weight na binibigay ay population, kunyari. Or kung sa college, naalala nyo pa, meron tinatawag na GWA, yung General Weighted Average. So yung grade mo, i-weight siya ng number of units, nung kurso or subject na kinuha mo. So yun yung weighted mean. Yung trimmed mean naman, para siyang arithmetic mean, pero tatanggalin mo yung ilang observations sa dulo sa kasataas. So bakit to ginagawa? Para yung extreme observations mo or yung sobrang laki or sobrang liit na observations na nakuha mo, hindi siya makaka-apekto dun sa iyong trimmed mean. Yung median naman, ito yung positional middle of an arranged data. So medyo magulo yung equation, yung formula niya, pero yung sinasabi niya lang ay, ito. Kung meron kang datos, kunyari itong number of computers, gusto natin kunin yung median, ang gagawin mo lang ay i-arrange mo siya chronologically. So, arrange ko siya from pinakamaliit to pinakamalaki or pinakamalaki to pinakamaliit. So, 0, 1, 2, 2, 3, 6. Then, kunin ko yung gitna. Yung gitna natin ay 2 saka 2. Dahil dalawa yung gitna natin, para makuha yung median, i-add ko sila, divide ko by 2. So, yung median natin ay 2. So, kung naalala nyo, yung sample mean natin ay kanina 2.33, ngayon yung median natin ay 2. So, yung isang property ng median ay resistant siya to outlying observations. Kasi tinitake niya lang into consideration yung position nung observation sa array. So, balik tayo dito sa example. So, it doesn't matter kung itong last value ko, kunyari, ay 1,000. Ang makukuha ko pa ring median ay 2. So, yun yung sinasabi nito na hindi nagmamatter yung outlying observations. Kasi nga yung position niya lang doon sa array yung mahalaga. So, kahit 0, 0, 1,000, 1,000, basta 2, 2 yung nandito pa rin, 2 pa rin yung makukuha natin. Kasi in-arrange lang natin yung observations natin. Yung next property niya ay we can compute the median of a dataset if the variable of interest is at least ordinal. That is numerical in form. So ano yung point nito? For example, small, medium, large. So pwede mong magamit yung median basta i-assign mo lang, mag-assign ka lang ng number doon sa small. For example, ang small gawin nating 1, ang medium gawin nating 2, ang large gawin nating 3. So yung median pwede siyang gamitin for ordinal, for interval, saka for ratio. Ang median din ay mostly preferred by the mean is mostly preferred by statisticians over the median when there are no outliers. Kasi yung mean, mas madali siyang i-manipulate through simple algebra. Yung median kasi, mas complicated yung kanyang formula, kaya mahirap mahanap yung, mahirap siyang ma-manipulate gamit yung algebra. Isa pang property ng median, tulad ng mean, it always exists. So, meron laging median at isa lang yung median sa isang dataset. Okay, the last measure is mode, which is or are the observed value or values that occurs or occur with the greatest frequency in a dataset. So, yung pinakamadaling ano yung pinakamarami. So kung babalikan natin yung example dito sa number of computers, yung 3, isang beses lang nag-appear. Yung number 2, 2 beses nag-appear. Yung 0, isang beses lang. Yung 1, isang beses lang. Yung 6, isang beses lang. So yung pinakamaraming beses nag-appear ay yung 2. Kaya yung mode natin ay 2. So tulad ng median, it is not affected by outliers. Kasi kung babalikan natin to example natin, kahit itong 6 gawin nating 1,000, 2 pa rin yung pinakamarami. Itong 3 gawin kong 3,000, itong 1 gawin kong 0, itong gawin kong 1,000, itong 6 gawin kong 6,000, 2 pa rin yung mode natin. Kasi hindi siya naapektuhan ng mga extreme observations. So yung sobrang laki or sobrang liit na observations. However, the mode does not always exist and in most cases is not unique. So ano ibig sabihin nito? Kapag yung data mo ay walang mas marami or lahat sila once lang nag-appear, edi wala kang mode. Tapos, yung mode pwede rin hindi unique. Kunyari, yung data natin, etong 1, palitan natin ng 6, di dalawa na yung mode mo. Meron kang mode na 2 saka 6 kasi twice na sila nag-appear. We can compute for the mode of a dataset if the variable of interest is at least nominal. So ito naman yung kagandahan ng mode. Kasi dun sa mga na-discuss nating measures, mode lang yung pwedeng gamitin for nominal level of measurement. So yung tulad nga nung nabanggit kanina, yung nominal, example nun ay assigned sex. So female or male. So si mean saka si median, hindi mo pwedeng gamitin sa assigned sex. Pero si mode, pwede mo siyang gamitin. So pwede mo sabihin na ang mode ay female. So ibig sabihin, karamihan ng respondents mo ay female, ang kanilang assigned sex. So, i-compare lang natin dun sa ating example. For household size, yung mean ay 4.67, median 4.5, ang mode 4 and 5. So, kita natin dito, dalawa yung mode. Number of computers, 2.33, 2 saka 2. Tanong nyo sa isip nyo ay, lagi bang lagi bang magkakalapit tong mean median mode? Yung sagot na maikse ay hindi. Depende sa itsura ng distribution ng data or kung gaano ka-dispersed yung data mo, mag-iiba, pwedeng magkakalayo yung mean, median, saka mode. So, for mean, ang data mo ay kailangan interval or ratio. For median, pwedeng ordinal, interval, or ratio. For mode, pwedeng nominal, ordinal, interval, or ratio. Ang mean at median, laging meron, saka laging unique. So, iisa lang. Ang mode, pwedeng wala, saka pwedeng hindi unique. Ang mean ay affected by outliers. Ang median saka mode ay hindi naman affected by outliers. So, what it means, ang mean, it means it is the center of mass. Median, it is the center of array. So, siya yung gitna nung, kapag in-arrange mo yung value, siya yung gitna. Yung mode, siya yung typical value. So, etong tatlong ito, pwede siyang gamitin as average. Do we have questions for measure of central tendency before we move to measure of location? Sige, okay. We move now to measure of location. If you have questions, i-chat nyo lang siya tapos sagutin natin sa dulo nitong module. Okay. So measure of location is used to indicate the relative position of an observation in an array. So yung sinasabi lang ng measure of location ay kung nasaan siya kapag in-arrange ko yung data, nasaan siya doon. Yung example nito ay percentile, decile, median, saka quartile. So median, kung alala natin kanina, siya yung nasa gitna. So kapag in-arrange ko yung data, siya yung nasa gitnang value. Yung decile ay nasa 10%. So kapag sabi kong first decile, so siya yung nasa 10% value kapag in-arrange ko yung data, or 90%. Percentile, so depende, pwedeng 15% percentile. Yung quartile naman, syempre, 25%, 50%, 75%. So, hindi ko na siya i-discuss in detail. Usually, hindi rin ito masyadong ginagamit kasi tulad ng median, mahirap silang i-manipulate gamit yung algebra. So, now is the measure of dispersion. So, it is a descriptive summary measure that helps us characterize the data in terms of how varied the observations are from each other. So it is always a positive number. So yung measure of central tendency, sinasagot niya ay kung ano yung average value ng ating data. Yung measure of location, sinasagot niya nasaan yung ating data. Itong measure of dispersion naman, sinasagot niya ay gaano kakalat yung ating data. So may tatlong, maraming measures of dispersion, pero yung common ay itong tatlo: range, variance, saka standard deviation. So isa-isahin lang natin to. Yung range, yung pinaka-simple sa kanila. So ito yung distance between the maximum value and the minimum value in your dataset. So yung pinakamalaking value, isubtract mo lang yung pinakamaliit na value, yun yung range. So as an example, sa number of computers, yung pinakamalaking value ay 6, Yung pinakamaliit ay 0. Kaya yung ating range ay 6 minus 0 is 6. So range nga yung pinakasimple, pero ang problema ng range ay hindi niya sinasabi sa'yo kung anong nangyayari sa gitna. Sinasabi niya lang kasi sa'yo yung dulo-dulo. Tapos yung range ay heavily affected by outliers. Kasi kung balikan nyo to, kung yung 6 dito ay naging 600, di ang range ko na ngayon ay 600. So bigla siyang nagbago. Kahit na yung value sa gitna niya, ganun pa rin. So yun yung problema ni range. Kahit na siya yung pinakasimple, ang problema naman niya ay madali siyang maapektuhan ng mga extreme observations. So variance. Variance naman ay average squared distance of each observation from the mean of population. Medyo mahirap na concept yung variance. Kung makikita nyo rin yung equation niya, medyo mas mahirap na rin siya. Pero ang pinakasinasabi lang ng variance ay gaano kalayo yung gaano kalayo from the mean yung observation. So parang on average, gaano kalayo yung ating observations mula sa mean. Yung standard deviation naman, equal lang siya actually sa square root ng variance. Yung standard deviation ginagamit natin kasi mas madali siyang i-interpret over variance. Okay. Yung standard deviation saka variance, pareho silang susceptible sa outliers kasi naka-square yung distance eh. So kapag may malaki kang pag may sobrang laki kang value, maapektuhan nun yung variance or standard deviation ng mas malaki. So dun sa tatlo kong diniscuss, wala akong binigay doon na appropriate para sa datos na may extreme observations. Marami pang ibang measures of dispersion pero hindi ko na siya i-discuss dito. Okay, so before we go to our activity, don't worry, yung activity number 2 shorter siya than activity number 1. Do we have any questions?
Okay.
Comment kayo sa group chat kung okay or kung may question kayo.
So going once, going twice.
Okay. Sige. Sige. If you need more information dun sa mga dinidiscuss natin, meron dun sa Google Classroom natin, please watch the videos or basahin nyo yung mga documents na nilagay ko doon. Yung maganda rin kasi sa videos ay kapag may hindi kayo naintindihan, pwede nyo i-pause or pwede nyo ulitin. So, pag may time kayo, punta kayo sa ating Google Classroom. So for now, punta tayo sa ating Excel ulit. Pabukas ng ating Excel file. Tapos punta kayo sa number 2, instructions. Okay, nakabukas na ba sa lahat? Please leave a comment, sabihin nyo okay kapag nakabukas na ang inyong Excel file. sa instructions number 2. Okay. Sige. So, punta tayo sa ating Excel file. Okay. So, yung first task lang ay calculate the mean for columns D, E, and F. Use the average function. So, punta kayo sa number 2. Makita nyo dito mean. So, hanapin nyo yung mean for estimated number of death from AIDS, estimated number of new HIV infections, saka estimated number of people living with HIV. So, gamitin nyo yung average function. If may questions kayo, yung ginawa ko dito medyo hindi exact yung, hindi masyadong detailed yung instructions. Gusto ko sanang magamit nyo yung natutunan nyo from the first activity. Pero if you have questions or you need more details kung paano gawin, please feel free to chat kung kailangan nyo ng tulong para mag-guide din namin kayo. So dito sa screen ko makikita nyo itong part na to. So i-fill out nyo itong part na ito. Ito yung pinapasagutan actually sa buong number 2 instructions. Okay. Tapos kapag tapos na kayo, mag-message kayo sa ating group chat na done with number 2. Gutom na ako, sabihin nyo ganun.
Meron daw ba tayong free lunch? Wala po. Okay, math is done. Wow, that was quick. Elton is done. Sir Sid, medyo blurred yung screen mo.
Blurred pa rin?
Or ako lang ba yun? Ayan, lumilinaw na siya.
Okay. Feeling ko dahil ginagalaw ko rin yung nagsiswitch ako ng
Okay, who else is done? So we've seen 2. Okay, Jet is done. Miss CJ is done. Okay, good job, guys. Miss Yuri is also done. Okay. Sir Job is done. Rob? I don't know if this is really your Rob. Sir Christian is done.
Ayun. So kung mapapansin nyo no, sa Excel, mas madaling hanapin yung mga mean, median, range, variance, etc. So yung pinaka-important natin na dapat natin matutunan actually ay yung concept. Ano ba yung meaning ng bawat isa dito? Kasi yung pag-compute niya actually, dahil meron na tayong mga computers ngayon, madali na siyang ma-compute. So kapag may time kayo sa Google Classroom, mas mag-focus kayo sa pag-intindi dun sa concept more than yung computation kasi the computation can be done using different softwares tulad ng Excel. So meron na tayong ilang done. Kapag if you need help, please feel free to use the group chat, or you can also raise your hands.
Okay, so third is done.
Okay.
Guys, if you have questions on how to navigate it, let us know.
Sige.
Okay, sir.
Gawin ko lang din sa aking
Screen.
Yes, para lang mag-double check nung mga tapos na kung tama yung nagawa nila.
Okay. So Sir Mark and Miss Diane is also done. Guys, you could check and compare your answers as to what is on the shared screen. If you see that the result of your formula is different from what you see, you might want to recheck it. Okay, and suddenly there is silence.
Okay. So, i-check nyo lang kung pareho kayo. Baka yung nakakalito dito kung anong gagamitin, VARP or VARS. So, tandaan nyo yung meron dito ay lahat ng bansa. So, for this example, gamitin na lang natin yung VARP. So, for population.
Okay.
Tapos kung titignan nyo dito, magkalayo yung mean saka median. I'm assuming maraming values dito na mababa lang. Kung titignan nyo, mababa lang siya, less than 500. Pero I think may mga bansa dito na sobrang dami, kaya nahatak masyado yung ating mean. Sabi ni Joff, iba lumalabas na square root. So yung sa standard deviation, ensure nyo rin na population yung gamit nyo. Pare-pare. So si variance, VARP. si standard deviation, 𝑆𝑇𝑑𝑒𝑣.p. Para pareho silang lumabas no square root.
You guys, kindly refer to the proper formula para at least pare-pareho kayo ng sagot.
So kung ako yung papapiliin actually kung mean or median yung gagamitin, ang intuition ko ay gamitin yung median over mean. Kasi yung uri ng data natin, itong estimated number, ang tawag sa kanya ay count data. Ang count data, wala siyang negative values. At usually, yung mga observations natin, close to 0. So pwede ko siyang ipakita actually habang gumagawa yung iba.
Sir, there are several participants private messaging. Can we like go back from the first formula? Yung sa mean, they cannot follow daw kasi.
Okay. Sige. Yung gusto ko sanang gawin nyo dito ay try nyo i-figure out on your own. Pero eto, sige. Actually, hindi kailangan ng $sign. Error ko yun. So, yeah. So, for J2, ito yung ginamit kong formula. D2, average equals average, D2 up to the 9,000. So, bakit 9,000? Naglagay lang ako ng large number para lahat ng rows masama niya. Okay, pa-enlarge daw ng view. Hindi ko alam kung paano enlarge.
Ito sir, yung sa lower, yan.
Ayan. Yan. Ito yung gamit kong formula for J2. Ito naman gamit ko sa J3. Sa range, ito yung gamit ko. So, max minus min. Oopsie. Oopsie.
Yes, let us know if we are going too fast.
So, ito yung formula ko sa range. Sa variance naman, ito yung ginamit kong formula. VAR-P. Sa standard deviation, 𝑆𝑇𝑑𝑒𝑣.p. Tapos sa square root of variance, so square root ni J5. So, square root ni J5 kasi na-compute na natin yung variance. At pang double check lang yun na pareho yung square root of variance kay standard deviation. Okay. So, pakita ko lang yung distribution nitong estimated number. Sa mga tapos na pwede niyong tignan tong nasa screen. So, kinuha ko lang yung frequency distribution ng ating estimated number of death. So, makita nyo, most ng data natin nandito sa malapit sa 0. Tapos, meron ka lang mangilang-ilang values na nandito sa right side. Kaya sinasabi ko kanina na I would probably use median over mean to describe the data. Kasi marami kang may mga values ka na sobrang laki ng value. Kaya hinahatak niya yung mean papunta sa mas malaki. Kasi kung titignan nyo yung mean dito, 28,000. Yung median, 272. Ayun. So in this case, ako, I would use median. Pwede rin naman gamitin yung mean. Pwede rin naman. Yung safe thing to do, kapag hindi kayo sure, either sabihin nyo pareho or sabihin nyo kung alin yung ginamit. Formula on square root. Eta. Square root J5. Here. Yes, thank you, Third, also for putting it in the chat box.
Sir, say real quick lang, no? Can
Yes,
we highlight again the formulas for each tab?
for each.
Yes, for each tab, so that they could recheck if they are typing the correct formula.
Sige. Display ko dito, ha. Tapos i-drag nyo na lang to columns K and L para lumabas din yung sa ibang columns. So, naka-display ngayon yung formula. Yan. So, ito yung mga formulas na ginamit ko.
Guys, time to double check.
Ang sabi kay Jov ay nag-values. Okay. Jov, can you share your screen? Okay lang ba? I'll stop sharing my screen. Thank you, Third.
Okay, someone
Si
copied
Jov.
the formula.
Yes. Jov, can you try removing yung parenthesis sa labas? Yes, please.
Okay. So may mga participants na tayo na suddenly na-disconnect yata sila. So they'll just get back.
Okay. Okay na ba, Jov, or may question ka pa dun sa range?
Okay, for the rest of the participants, thank you, Sir Third, for flashing the formula. Guys, you could compare your formula with Sir Third's formula and check it and see if you'll come up with the same result.
Okay, okay na daw si Joff. Okay.
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 Sir Harvey says okay. Roman says okay. How about the others?
Yung hindi pa tapos, can you raise your hands sa Zoom? Para lang makita natin. Okay. Parang lahat tapos na. Tama ba, Trio?
Still checking. Guys, can you raise your hand if you're not yet done? Kung hindi kaya mag-raise ng hand, type sa group chat. Raise. Okay, Roman? Roman, you're not yet done?
Si Christian... Sorry, yung mga nakataas, yung mga hindi pa tapos, please raise your hand. Yung mga tapos na, pakibaba yung inyong kamay. Si Jester Diaz.
Okay, si Sir Mark, si Miss April, si Third, si Christian. So they're not yet done. Jester, hindi pa rin tapos. Okay, si Miss Jenna. Okay. Guys, if you have questions as well with regards to the usage of the formula, if something is not clear, kung bakit, let's say, var.p, yung pinili nating formula, let us know so that Sir Xavier can reinforce it with everyone. Okay. So, Sir Third, hindi ka ba tapos, Sir Third? There, okay. So, we're just waiting for Christian, April, Mark, and Jenna. Okay, some of you pala might have a different answer in terms of the decimal places. Baka kasi yung naka-flash sa screen, ay naka 3 decimal places kayo, naka 2 decimal places, hindi talaga sila magtutugma. So if you round it off, magiging 2 decimal siya, mag-iiba talaga. Yung naka-flash kasi sa screen natin is on the 3rd decimal place. May nakita kasi akong isang screenshot dito. 2 decimal places lang kaya daw iba. Okay. Sir Christian, Miss April, Miss Jenna, Sir Mark. So let us know. You could lower your hands if you are done. Just to give us a hint if everyone's already finished with the activity number 2. Same with Sir Jester. So Miss Raj says she is done. Okay, time check. It's now 11:45. Okay, perfect. So it's just Sir Christian and Miss April. Okay. For the both of you guys, let us know by lowering your hands if you are done. Okay. So while we're waiting for them, again, I would like to reinforce for those participants who have not yet signed up for the online attendance form, please do so, as this will be the basis for the names that will appear on your certificate of completion for today. Okay. So for Sir Carl Lindong and Sir Sam, Angelo, Esteban, I guess you have not yet signed the attendance. Okay. One last hand raised. Miss April. For Sir Jester, let us know if you are done by uh, typing in. Okay, done. Done for Jester. One last hand. Okay. So I'm just accepting two more participants who I guess were logged out a while ago. For Roman and Jet, were you able to follow through activity number 2? Please do leave us a comment on the chat box if you were able to answer. If not, please let us know. Okay. All right. So I guess everyone is done. I am no longer seeing participants raising their hands. I would assume that everyone had already finished. Sir Steve?
Sorry. Now we're done with activity number 2. Before we go into break, I have more tips in using Microsoft Excel. When a task is too tedious to do, search on Google if there is an easier way to do it. So, kunyari yung pagkuha ng sum, instead na manually mo i-add each cell, meron namang function that you can use para automatically ma-add lahat ng nandun sa cell. So if yung tip number 2 naman, kapag nahihirapan ka naman gawin sa Excel yung gusto mong gawin, pero kaya mo siyang gawin manually, gawin mo na lang manually. Kasi it will take, baka mas matagalan ka lang kapag trinay mo siyang gawin sa Excel rather than gawin mo siya manually. Pero yung tip number 3 naman, kapag alam mo na gagawin mo ulit itong ginagawa mo in the future, probably mga report na sinasubmit ninyo or kung ano man, kung alam nyo gagawin nyo ulit, try to find a way to automate it para next time na kahit na matagal lang kayong gawin for the first time, next time na gawin nyo siya, hindi na kayo matatagalan kasi alam nyo na kung paano siya gawin automatically. So yun lang yung tips ko so far. We're gonna have a break, trio, tama, no? Then after the break, we're going to discuss exploring, validating, and preparing data for Module 3. And then for Module 4, we're gonna discuss the analysis and reporting of data. For Modules 3 and 4, we have activities again. So nandun pa rin sa same Excel file natin. Number 3 saka number 4. Then, before we go to module number 5, gagawin natin actually yung ating hands-on activity gamit yung ating raw data. So during lunch break, kung may time kayo, please download this file. Kung nakikita nyo sa Zoom, ang title niya ay raw data. So tulad nung ginawa nyo dun sa activity resource, i-click nyo siya, open with Google Sheets, tapos i-download nyo as Excel. So pagka-open nyo sa Google Sheets, let's wait for it. Ayan. Click File, and then download as Microsoft Excel. So after nung fourth module, ito yung ating gagawin for 1.5 hours. And then, ang last natin ay we would discuss some data and statistics on HIV. Less on lecture ito, more on question and answer tayo dito sa last module natin for today. So, Trio, do you have anything to share before we go on break?
None for now. So, I guess so as what Sir Xavier had mentioned, if you do have the time after eating your lunch, you could start downloading the raw data file. Same instruction as what we did for the activity resource file. Okay. So time check, it's now 11:53 my time. We are to proceed with our 1 hour lunch break. But let's be back at exactly 1 p.m. Right, Sir Xavier?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so let's be back by exactly 1 p.m. For those participants that are just on data, you could go ahead and log out for the meantime. But for those who are on unlimited Wi-Fi connection, you could just place yourself on mute and turn off your video. No need to log out. Okay.
Okay. Trio, we have a question. Meron ka ba daw pa lunch?
May pa-lunch. Kung sana po nasa Red Manor tayo. Wala po tayo sa hotel eh. Ano na lang po yan? Soon. Coming soon. May ipapaano po kami. May ipapa-deliver po kaming food package sa inyo.
So baka next year, hopefully, kapag mas maayos, kapag baka magkaroon tayo ng additional training, no? Parang hindi lang next batch, kumbaga mas advanced level sa mga naka-attend na ngayon.
Ano na siya? Pang
Baka,
intermediate level na.
baka meron ng free food from Region 3.
Parang alam ko mas mayaman ng UNDP.
For now, virtual muna tayo. So,
Ayan, may
gutumin
nag-share
natin
na
ang
ng
ating
pizza.
sarili.
Okay, so for the rest of our participants, enjoy your lunch. Time to refresh your mind. Kasi nakita ko may mga nagko-comment na nosebleed na daw sila. Okay? So, we'll be back, guys. Let's have our lunch muna. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Time check. It's now 12:50 my time. Um, I would assume everyone is already in. We still have 10 more minutes before we actually resume our session. But a while ago, Sir Christian actually offered. Sir Christian actually offered to do a virtual stretching. Sir Christian, am I right? Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, Christian will be sharing her screen. Her? Her talaga. Christian will be sharing her screen to us. He might play a video. He might just play a video for us. I guess a recorded virtual Zumba session in care of Christian. Okay, so while we're waiting for the rest of the participants, if you want to do some stretching, if you want to wake yourself up, okay. Sir Christian, are you here? You could share your screen now, Sir Christian. Okay. Hold on. Sir Save, can we uh, stop sharing? Uh, Hold on. Let us try this. Okay. Krishna, can you try sharing it again? ulit. Time check, it's now 12:55 my time. Still have 5 minutes before we resume our session. Sir Christian, can you still share your video with us? For the rest of the participants, while we are waiting for the session to be resumed, again, I am reminding everyone to please sign up on the online attendance form. The link is on the chat group. Okay, there you go, Christian. I guess, Christian, you are on mute. That's why we cannot hear the sound. Okay, so I guess we're done, and I think no one danced. So time check, it's now 12:59 in the afternoon. I'm seeing 31 participants log in at the moment. Okay. Do we have Sir Xavier back? Sir Save? Okay. So while we are waiting for Sir Xavier to be back, I guess he's not yet done with his lunch. Do you guys have any questions with regards to the last two topics that we have discussed? This is the perfect time for you to raise your question so that when Xavier gets back from lunch, he could maybe do some reinforcement. Guys, you are so quiet. Come on, share up your thoughts. Okay, Sir Joff says here, gawan mo na daw ng synthesis yung dalawang session. Okay, well, we will be doing the synthesis at the end of the activity for everyone's benefit and for the interest of time. Okay, from Matt, Sir, balik tayo sa activity number 2. Okay, which part of activity number 2 would you like to get back, Matt? Is it the whole activity number 2? Cell K and I. Okay, let me just try to check that out. Is it K and I or K and L?
Closer 3 sa L po, sorry.
Okay, one moment. Sir Save, are you back?
Yes.
Okay, so we're back. Sir Save, we have a floating question here from Matt, one of our participants. He was requesting for us to do a quick reinforcement on activity number 2, particularly on cells, column J and L, I guess.
Okay.
He's referring to columns J and L.
Okay. Sige.
Or
So
J to
yung
L, I guess.
J to L. Okay. So yung kung babalikan natin yung instruction sa number 2, pinapakalculate niya lang yung mean, median, range, variance, standard deviation, saka square root of variance. So dito sa columns J, K, and L, so etong simula tayo sa cell J2. So sa cell J2, ang pinapahanap niya ay mean ng estimated number of deaths from AIDS. So yung estimated number of deaths from AIDS, yun ay column D. Kaya dito sa formula natin, nakalagay average quantity D2 colon D9000 close. Okay? Tapos, for other values dito, median, range, variance, standard deviation, saka square root of variance, kinopya lang natin yung D2 to D9000. Pinalitan lang natin ng median for median. For range, kung alala nyo yung formula kanina, maximum value minus minimum value. Kaya max D2 D9000 dito minus mean or minimum D2 D9000. Sa variance, var_p, var.p, kasi population yung ating dataset, tapos D2 D9000, tapos sa standard deviation, _st_dev.p. Itong square root of variance, kaya siya square root of J5, kasi yung variance ay nandito kay cell J5. So yung square root ay SQRT, so kinuha lang natin yung square root nitong variance na ito. For column K, hindi naka-display dito yung formula, pero pag titignan natin isa-isa, ganun din siya. So instead na D, dahil ang tinitignan na natin ay estimated number of new HIV infections, column E siya dito. So dun sa formula natin, ito, column E. Yan. Kaya dito sa formula natin, average tapos E2, E9000. So kapareho lang din siya nito except yung letter D naging letter E. Sa column L, dahil estimated number of people living with HIV naman, so column F naman. Kasi dito sa ating data, yung estimated number of people living with HIV ay nasa column F. Tapos for other values dito, katulad lang din siya no ginawa natin dito sa column J. May question pa ba, Matt, about activity number 2?
Okay, Matt, were you able to get the reinforcement for activity number 2? Same goes with the rest.
Yes po, yes.
Okay.
Okay,
Awesome.
thank you.
May tanong lang po si Elton sa...
Okay.
Okay na daw po, okay na po.
Sige. Okay. Sige. So before we continue, yung recap lang, yung ginawa natin sa activity number 1, ang inaral natin dito ay formatting ng ating data, tapos natutunan din natin yung referencing, absolute referencing yung $sign, tapos gumamit tayo ng arithmetic formula. So itong may plus dito. And pinakita lang natin na pareho siya with the sum function. Kung alala nyo yung mean, median, variance, standard deviation, mga formula din yan. So yung pinakita ko sa slides kanina, pwede nyo rin siya actually gawin manually dito sa Excel. Kaso medyo matrabaho yon, kaya ang ginawa lang natin dito, yung shortcut na, yung ginamit na natin yung functions na meron si Excel. So sa activity number 2, yung ginawa naman natin ay ginamit natin yung functions na magka-calculate ng different summary measures statistics. Yung pinakauna ay yung sa measure of central tendency. So yung nandito ay mean, median. Wala dito pero na-discuss natin kanina is yung mode. Tapos yung measure of dispersion din na nandito sa ating activity, yung range, variance, saka standard deviation. Okay. May questions before we continue?
Okay, guys, any questions before we proceed with topic number 3? Do you guys understand the usage of the following formulas, where to use them in terms of creating or formatting your data? Going once, going twice? Okay, if none, I guess it's safe for us to proceed with uh, topic number 3, which is exploring, validating, and preparing data.
Okay. For the next modules, wala na tayo actually makikitang formula dito. So hopefully mas light itong ating session this afternoon. So let's begin with module number 3, which is exploring, validating, and preparing data. So before conducting any analysis, it is necessary to remove faulty and unnecessary data. This includes invalid entries and so ano yung ibig sabihin nito? So kailangan bago kayo magsimula ng analysis, kailangan yung tignan yung inyong datos. So for example, dito meron akong example na data. Ang kailangan mong tignan ay kung meron bang invalid or ibig sabihin hindi yun yung inaasahan mong value, tapos kung meron tayong duplicate. So una, kita natin dito merong duplicate. Kasi pareho yung person number, tapos pareho lahat. Kapag gumawa kayo ng mga Google survey form, minsan kapag na-submit twice yung minsan nag-error siya eh. Makikita nyo nagdo-duplicate yung data. So itong pag-duplicate ng remove ng mga duplicate data, pwede nyo siyang gawing manually kung onti lang naman. Pero later we will discuss ways kung paano ma-remove yung duplicates automatically. Okay, yung next ay, so tinanggal natin yung duplicate. Yung next naman ay invalid. So ano yung ibig sabihin ng invalid? Example dito ay assigned sex. Itong person number 6 natin. Kasi yung values natin ay either letter F or letter M. Pero meron ka dito na isa nakalagay female. So, pag inanalyze mo na yung datos mo, matitreat itong female as separate ni Excel. Kasi hindi niya naman naintindihan na yung F ay female, pareho lang sila. So, ang kailangan mong gawin ay palitan itong female. Gagawin nating F. Sa activity natin later, ituturo ko yung isang paraan para check natin kung meron ba tayong invalid entries. Also, before conducting any analysis, it is important that you transform your data if necessary. So anong transform your data? Ibig sabihin, papalitan mo yung datos mo kung may hindi consistent sa iyong data. For example, dito sa ating table, nakalagay days since ART enrollment. Lahat ng nakalagay dito, 41, 2, saka 38, ay mga number. Pero meron ka dito more than 60. Dalawa, more than 60. Sila number. Tapos yung iba mo ay number. So ano yung pwede mong gawin? So kung maalala nyo yung levels of measurement, kanina, so meron tayong ratio, interval, ordinal, saka nominal. Yung pinakamababa sa kanila, yung nominal, sumunod pataas yung ordinal, tapos interval, tapos ratio. Yung rule of thumb ay kapag yung pinakamababang level of measurement mo, kung ano yung pinakamababang level of measurement mo, yun yung gagamitin mo sa natirang data. So for example, dito, more than 60. So ito ay hindi siya ratio. Kasi hindi siya number, pwede natin itong ituring na ordinal. So ang gagawin natin, itong iba mong data dito, itong 41, 2, saka 38, gagawin mo silang ordinal. So yung example dito, ang ginawa ko lang ay group ko yung number of days into less than 20, 21 to 40, 41 to 60, and more than 60. So yung 41 magiging siyang 41 to 60, yung 2 magiging siyang less than 20, tapos yung 38 magiging 21 to 40. So ngayon, instead na number yung nandito, meron na tayong ordinal variable. So groups na siya na ordered. And before you conduct any analysis, it is also important to address missing values. So yung missing value, ibig sabihin may blanco or may hindi nasagutan or may na-delete doon sa ating data. May tatlong paraan kung paano ina-address yung missing values. Yung una, imputation. So imputation, sa madaling salita, ito ay replacing. So yung imputation ay gagamit ka ng values kapalit noong missing data mo or yung missing value. So ano yung value na pwede mong ipalit? Well, depende yun sa tingin nyong appropriate. Pwedeng mean, pwedeng median, pwedeng mode. Or pwede rin namang gawin yung zero. So maraming ways kung paano gagawin yung imputation for missing values. And yung pagpili doon sa ipapalit nyong value ay depende doon sa data na meron kayo. Usually, yung ginagawa ng mga data scientists, yung pinaka-common ay imputation with mean. So yung para ma-maintain yung mean ng dataset, yung mga missing value, papalitan nila ng mean. Yung second dito na paraan ay omission. So ang gagawin mo dito, lahat ng may missing value, so yung mga may blanco, ang gagawin mo, i-delete mo sila. So ito, madali itong gawin kasi i-delete mo lang yung row mo na bakante. Pero ang hindi maganda dito, nasasayang yung data na nakuha mo. Kasi kung marami kang variables na tinitignan, let's say 10, tapos isa lang dun yung bakante, sayang yung 9 variables na natira na may sagot naman. Yung last naman na paraan ay analysis. So yung analysis ay gagamit ka ng ibang methods kung saan kaya niyang ma-handle yung missing values. So medyo mas high level itong analysis. Yung common na gamitin ay imputation or omission. So tingnan natin itong example natin na may missing value. So kapag imputation, dahil ito ay ordinal variable, wala tayong mean dito. So ang ginamit ko ay mode. So imputation using mode. So yung bakante dito, pinalitan ko ng mode, which is itong more than 60 kasi twice siya nag-appear. So pinalitan ko, nilagay ko yung more than 60. So nung nag-impute tayo, naging 3 na yung more than 60. Tapos we note here na yung mode natin hindi napalitan, more than 60 pa rin. Paano naman yung itsura ng by omission? So pag by omission, tatanggalin ko lang yung buong row. So person number 3, delete ko lang yon. So 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. So 5 na lang yung aking observations. So do you have any questions doon sa ating short discussion for preparation of data? Pwede nyong ilagay sa ating chat. Doon sa mga mas naghahanap ng advanced na materials, actually yung nandun sa ating Google Classroom, medyo advanced level siya. Galing yun sa Big Data Analytics na libro. So if you're curious, pwede nyong basahin. Kinuha ko lang yung chapter na relevant to this module. Sige, wala na ba tayong question? Baka balikan lang natin quickly yung tips natin. So kung may notepad kayo dyan or nakabukas na Word file, baka magandang ilista nyo lang yung mga kailangan nating gawin. So una, i-ensure, i-delete or remove yung mga faulty, saka yung mga duplicate entries natin. So pag sinabing faulty, ito yung mga may typo, ito yung mali yung value, duplicate, syempre doble, pag dumoble. Tapos yung next ay transform your data. So transform your data, ito ay kapag hindi consistent ang iyong data. So tulad nito, ito numbers, tapos ito ay isang category. So kailangan nating 41 saka 2 numbers, tapos more than 60 category. Kailangan nating i-transform yung ating data. Tapos, pangatlo, address missing values. So yung address missing values, merong tatlong paraan. Yung diniscuss natin sa example, yung imputation, or papalitan mo yung bakanting data ng ibang data, either mean, median, or mode. In this example, mode yung ating ginamit. Or by omission. So tinanggal na lang natin yung buong row completely. So itong person number 3, tinanggal natin siya completely. Meron pa ba tayong questions?
Okay, guys, do we have questions for topic number 3 before we proceed with the actual activity? Going once, twice. Okay, if none, we could proceed na, Sir Sif.
Okay. Sige. So, buksan nyo ulit yung Excel file, tapos punta tayo sa number 3 instructions. Sige, puntahan ko rin, i-share ko rin sa aking screen yung Excel file natin. Okay, number 3 instruction. So meron tayo ditong 6 na tasks. Medyo mahaba yung mga task dito. So sige. So for the first task, dito sa activity number 3, yung pinapagawa ay add filter to the first row. Add filter to the first row. So, paano to gawin? Punta kayo sa Home tab. So, sa Home tab, nandito to sa bandang taas, upper left. Tapos, iselect nyo yung first row. So, dito sa leftmost side, may mga numbers dito. I-click nyo yung 1. Tapos, select the sort and filter button. So, nandito naman siya sa bandang upper right. Tapos, i-click nyo yung filter. Okay? So, gawin ko siya sa number 3 sheet ko. Okay. Sige. So, go to Home tab. So, nasa Home tab ako. Oops. Select ko yung row, first row. So, click ko tong number 1 sa leftmost side. Puntahan ko yung sort and filter. Nasa bandang upper right corner. Tapos, click ko yung filter. So, dapat makikita nyo yung mga arrows dito. Sa kada first cell ng each column, may drop-down button dyan. Okay ba yun? Okay tayo with the first task. Okay. Sige, si Ronchi I think na-disconnect, so okay. Done. Okay. Okay, so ayan, okay. So, ano yung ginagawa ng filter? Yung ginagawa ng filter ay pwede nyong i-hide yung ibang entries na hindi nyo gustong makita. So, hindi siya dinidelete, hina-hide lang siya ni Excel. So, For example, dito sa year, nung clinic ko yung drop down, lumabas dito yung mga year. Ayan. So, pwede kong piliin kung anong year lang yung ipapakita niya sa akin at i-hide niya na yung iba. Okay. Yung task number 2 natin ay remove duplicates. Okay. So, ang instruction lang dito ay go to data tab. So, punta kayo dito banda sa upper middle part ng inyong Excel na bandang left. Makita nyo yung data. Click nyo siya. Tapos meron ditong remove duplicates button. So, sa bandang gitna, upper middle part ng inyong screen. Makita nyo yung remove duplicates. I-click nyo lang yon, tapos automatic na madidelete. May question si third, sa year po ba magre-remove ng duplicates? Yung sagot ay hindi. Yung duplicate kasi, ang gagawin niya, titignan niya kung etong buong row mo dito, kapareho siya ng ibang row. So hindi lang isang column yung titignan niya, kung hindi yung buong row na ito. Sige, maghanap akong example dito. I think may duplicates dito. Oops. Sorry ko mahanap. Hindi ko mahanap yung duplicate. Pero yung itsura niya ay dapat magkapareho yung ito. So sabi ni Joff, 8 duplicates found. I think 8 nga yung meron dito sa dataset. Ayun. Pag titignan nyo siya manually, actually ang hirap. Kasi pag marami, nakakalito. Ayan. Kaya maganda na gamitin nyo yung remove duplicates. So sa remove duplicates, important step na naka-filter yung inyong first row. Para alam ni Excel kung alin yung header natin. So kapag nagawa nyo na yon, click Data, the Data tab, go to the Data tab, then click Remove Duplicates. So ito, sasabihin niya, my list has headers. So tama, yung column A up to column F, yun yung ating headers. Okay. So, pareho kami nang nakita ni Joff, 8 duplicates, tapos 6,460 unique values remain. So meaning yung ating dataset merong 6,640 entries na unique. So tinanggal niya na yung 8 duplicate doon. Magkaiba kami ni Joff pala, 6,461 siya. Kasama header. Okay. 6,460. Okay, pareho kami ni Jet. Okay. Sige. Nagawa na ba ng iba? Done. Si third. Okay. Okay, si Dayan, done na rin. Si Jenna, done na rin. 8 duplicates kay Christian, okay. Harvey, done na rin. Si Ethel, done na rin. Si John Albert, done na rin. So, yung reminder lang dito ha, before nyo gawin yung remove duplicates, kailangan gawin nyo yung filter para ma-identify na Excel yung ating headers. Okay. So, tama naman, 8 duplicates, tapos 6,460 unique values. So, yung 6,460, hindi pa kasama dun yung ating header. So, pag sinama yung header, 6,461. So, habang ginagawa ng iba, sagutin ko lang tong question from Joff. Is there a way to validate the duplicates in the file using a formula or data function? Actually, meron tayong paraan, pero manually mo siyang gagawin. Pag maliit lang yung dataset, baka mas okay to na gawin para sure kayo na yung mga tinanggal nyo ay duplicate talaga. So, gawin ko lang para makita ng iba. So, undo ko lang yung ginawa ko. So, binalik ko yung duplicates. Sige. Joff, okay lang balikan ko lang later yung iyong question ha. Tignan ko, i-confirm ko lang muna bago ko pakita. Sige. I'll take note of the question para masagot natin later. Okay. So, done na ba lahat? Yung hindi pa tapos, please raise your hand para mahintay natin ang bawat isa. May time pa naman tayo. Okay. Meron bang naka-raise ng hand? Parang wala na. Okay, so move tayo sa task, sa next task. So ang next task natin ay address missing values. So ito ay para makita yung mga blanco. Okay, so ang first step ay go to the home tab. So nasa upper left ito ng inyong screen, ng inyong Excel.
Sir Chief, nag-skip pa tayo sa number 3?
Ay, sorry, validate data. Yes, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry. Task number 3 muna tayo. Validate the data. Okay. Sige. So, for validation of data, punta muna tayo sa data tab. Bandang upper middle left sa taas, data tab. Tapos, select nyo yung columns D to F sa sheet number 3. Tapos kapag na-select nyo na sila, pag na-select nyo na, click Data Validation. So gawin ko sa aking sheet dito. So select ko itong columns D, E, and F. Nasa Data tab ako, kiklik ko itong Data Validation. Yan. So dito sa Data Validation, nakalagay kung ano yung ating validation criteria. Meaning, ano ba yung ina-expect nating value. So kapag nakalagay any value, ibig sabihin, kahit anong ilagay mo, hindi siya ifa-flag ni Excel. So may ibang options dito, whole number, decimal, list, date, time, custom. So kunyari, nag-expect ako ng number, syempre hindi, pag may text na nakalagay, mafa-flag yun ni Excel na text tong nakalagay dito. So kailangan mong ayusin. Or kunyari, ang ina-expect mo ay categories. Ito, so yung i-check niya, kung hindi female or hindi male yung nakalagay, sorry, malinaw pa ba ako, Trio?
Sir, medyo naging choppy yung line. Can you repeat the statement, please?
Okay. So yung validation criteria dito, depende ito dun sa inaasahan yung data. So for example, dito sa ating columns D and F, close ko muna, kung mapapansin nyo, decimal yung ating number. Diba? Dito 67. So naka-round off lang yung nakikita natin sa sheet. Pero yung actual value niya, 50.67. So yung ating values dito sa columns D to F, number. So ano yung invalid data dito? So we could say na invalid yung data kapag blanco. Ay kapag, invalid yung data dito kapag negative yung number. Kasi wala namang negative number of HIV or negative number of new HIV infections. Lagi lang siyang positive. Kunyari naman dito sa column C, year. So kung yung value natin dito ay let's say naka-word siya. Kunyari, year 95. Yung nakalagay dito, year 95. So syempre ito, hindi siya yung inaasahan nating value dito na year lang. For example, dito naman sa columns A, ito ay mga categories, so countries. So ang inaasahan natin dito ay text. So balik ko lang tong columns dito, F, data validation. So for D to F, ang pipiliin natin ay decimal. So nagpakita siya ng more options dito. So alam natin na itong estimated number of death, estimated number of new infections, saka estimated number of people living with HIV, hindi siya pwedeng negative number. So yung pinili ko dito, nakalagay din sa instructions ninyo, piliin nyo yung greater than or equal to. Tapos yung ilalagay natin 0. Bakit ito yung nilagay natin? Kasi pwedeng 0, pwedeng wala namang number of death, or pwedeng wala ring new HIV infection, or pwede ring walang people living with HIV doon sa specific country na yon. Kaya pwede siyang 0. Pero dapat mas malaki or equal sa 0. So i-okay nyo yon. So na-apply na yung rule. Kung babalik kayo sa instructions, ang next instruction niya, balik kayo sa data validation. But instead of clicking the button, click the drop-down arrow and then click invalid data. So gawin ko siya dito. So click ko tong drop-down sa bandang gitna ng inyong screen. Tapos circle invalid data. So medyo matagal to. Hintayin lang natin. Ayan. So expectedly, yung headers natin, binilugan niya kasi syempre text to. Ang ina-expect niya ay positive number. So mag-scroll through lang tayo for the first 100 rows. Tingnan natin kung may invalid data. So yung nakita ko dito yung 3. May 3 dito na binilugan niya. So ang instruction sa atin ay palitan ito ng value na sa tingin natin ay tama. So, kung titingnan nyo yung data, same country to, Algeria, increasing lang yung year. Tapos, kung titingnan nyo yung number, increasing naman siya, kaso negative lang to. So, ang gagawin ko, tatanggalin ko lang tong negative sign. So, mawawala na yung bilog dyan. So, pag na-address nyo na yung invalid data, mawawala na yung circles. Tapos kapag nag-go through na kayo ng inyong dataset, medyo mahaba itong dataset, pero pag nag-analyze talaga kayo ng data, dadaanan nyo lahat. Mahalaga yung may bilog kasi mas madali nyo makikita kahit mabilis kayo mag-scroll kung merong invalid. So yun yung tulong noong data validation sa ating pag-prepare ng data for analysis. So mukhang wala na. Hindi ko napapacheck sa inyo hanggang 6,000 kasi mahaba yun. Pero pag gagawa na kayo ng sarili nyong report, kailangan nyo siyang i-ensure na tama lahat. So para mawala yung bilog na, pag okay na kayo, click nyo yung drop-down arrow, tapos click nyo yung clear validation circles. So tatanggalin niya lang yung circles. Hintayin lang natin. Load ko ba siya? Okay. Ayun. To be honest, hindi ako masyadong fan ng data validation saka circle validation circles ng Excel kasi medyo mabagal siya gumana. So usually, ang ginagawa ko ay isang tip to na wala dito sa instructions nyo. Yung filter, i-click ko siya dito. Tapos, ititignan ko lang tong listahan dito. So, titignan ko tong listahan. So, nag-expect ako ng year. So, dapat puro year lang tong nakikita ko. So, puro year lang yung nakikita ko. So, sure ako na walang invalid dito. For example lang, gawin ko tong year 96. Yan. Pag tinignan natin yung drop-down dito sa filter, makikita ko merong year 96. So, ang gagawin ko lang, uncheck ko to, kiklik ko tong year 96 para mapakita sa akin kung nasaan yon. Tapos, papalitan ko siya. Tatype ko yung 1996. Usually, ginagawa ko to sa mga survey forms na may open-ended questions. Kasi minsan, kunyari, instead of providing the respondent list of regions in the Philippines, minsan ang gagawin ng survey, ipapatype sa'yo. So minsan nagkakaiba-iba NCR, yung iba Metro Manila, yung iba is spell out National Capital Region, or kunyari Region 3, yung iba Region 3, yung iba Central Luzon. So gagawin ko, instead na isa-isahin ko bawat entry, gagamitin ko tong filter function, tapos isa-select ko isa-isa dito sa listahan. Definitely mas maiksi siya compared sa 6,000. Iisa-isahin ko lang yung per region, kunyari. Tapos, i-retype ko lang doon sa entries dito sa column kung saan man yung region. So, ganun yung ginagawa ko para hindi ko isa-isahin bawat entry. Na medyo mahirap lalo na pag napakarami. Okay. So, we're done with task number 3, which is validating the data. Number 4, we address the missing values. So, how do we do this? First, you go to the Home tab. Ito yung nasa upper left part ng inyong screen. Tapos, hanapin nyo yung Conditional Formatting button. So, nasa bandang gitna siya. Medyo a little bit to the right of the upper middle. Conditional Formatting. So, punta lang ako sa sheet number 3 ko. Sorry. Make sure na nakaselect pa rin yung columns dito F nyo ha. Conditional formatting, tapos merong highlight cells rules. Hover nyo doon, tapos click nyo yung more rules. Click nyo yung more rules. Okay. So lalabas sa inyo itong new formatting rule na dialog box. So ang gusto natin ay makita yung mga blanco. So dito, click nyo yung cell value, tapos click nyo yung blanks. Okay? So pag click ko yung okay, scroll through lang natin yung first 100. So makikita natin naka-highlight na yung mga blanco natin. So para pag marami kang data, pag nag-scroll through ka, mabilis mong makikita kung may blanco. Okay. So ito yung blanco. So ngayon, kailangan nating i-address yung missing value para lang simple yung ating activity. Ang gagawin lang ay type 0 kapag blanco. Of course, merong ibang baka mas magandang paraan para i-address to. Probably pwede nating gamitin yung median or yung mean. Pero for simplicity, gamitin lang natin for this exercise ang 0. So type ko lang yung 0. Type ko lang yung 0. So automatic mawala na yung highlight natin dito. Okay. Yung isang tip, siguro na mas mabilis na paraan, i-click nyo select nyo yung column. Kunyari, the first column, select nyo siya. Tapos tignan nyo dito sa lower right, may makikita kayo count. I think meron yan sa lahat. So nakalagay dito 6469. So select ko si column B. Tignan ko, ang nakalagay 5491. So ibig sabihin may blanco dito kay column B. Si column C nakalagay 6469. So walang blanco kay year column, kay column C. Kay column D, 6458. So may blanco tayo. Kay column E, 6469. So wala nang blanco. Kay column F, 6469. So ayun. Hindi natin nakita yung blanco kasi probably nandun pa yun sa bandang baba. Ayun, may nakita ko. Yan. So ngayon, pag marami pag malaki yung iyong dataset, so pwede nyo gawin yun, i-select nyo yung column, tapos tignan nyo yung count dito sa baba ng inyong screen, bandang right, may makita kayo dyang count. Tapos select nyo each column para makita nyo kung aling column yung may blanco. Okay. So next natin na instruction ay double check if there are still invalid or missing values. So yung pinakita ko kanina, shortcut siya. Pero dito merong isang paraan din gamit yung count if saka count blank. So tinuturo ko rin to. Mas madali yung shortcut kanina na select nyo lang yung column, then tignan nyo yung count. Pero ito important din matutunan yung count if saka count blank kasi very useful itong mga functions na ito. So try natin sila. So punta tayo sa cell J2 sa ating sheet number 3. Tapos i-type itong formula na to equals count if parenthesis D colon F comma quotation mark less than 0 quotation mark close parenthesis. Okay, so J2 type down natin. J2. So sa J2 type ko dito yung formula. So sabi niya merong dalawang invalid. Tapos sa J3 type ko naman tong formula na to. Count blank parenthesis D2 F 5,000 close parenthesis. Okay, so merong 11 blanks. So anong meaning nitong count if na ito? So itong, sige, isa-isayin natin itong count if. I-zoom ko lang ng onte. Okay. Yung count if na formula, ito siya, count if. Yung first part, yung range. So ibig sabihin saan siya magbibilang? Ano yung part ng worksheet nyo na hahanapin niya kung ano yung bibilangin niya. So in our case dito, sorry, I forgot. Dito ang kinout natin ay D to F. Columns D to F. So ibig sabihin, hahanapin niya dito sa columns D to F sa buong to. Ano yung pinapahanap natin sa kanya? Ito yung second part na to. Ito yung criteria. So yung criteria natin ay less than 0. Yung less than 0, ilalagay lang natin siya sa quotation marks. So kunyari, gusto ko namang makita ang greater than 0. So palitan ko lang yan, mabibilang niya yon. Pero dahil sa ating analysis ngayon, ang invalid ay less than 0, gagamitin natin itong less than 0 sa ating count if. Yung count blank, mas simple siya. Ang kailangan mo lang i-enter yung range kung saan mo hahanapin. Hahanapin niya lang, bibilangin niya kung ilan yung blanco doon sa range na binigay mo. Okay. Ilan yung nakuhang values nung iba sa number of invalid values saka number of blank values? Pwede nyo bang ano sa chat? Si Jet 2 and blank 13, 2 and 11, 2 and 13, 2 and 13. Okay. Yung mga 13, I think, meron tayo kaninang ginawa na kapag blanco, papalitan natin ng 0. So baka hindi nyo na ilagay. So okay lang yun. May message dito si third. Try new rule, then format only cells that contains, then change into blanks. Okay, pwede yun. Kung hindi makita nung iba yung more rules, hopefully si Joff nakita na yung etong sinabi ni third. 5 and 13 was not able to place value on the other blanks earlier. Okay. Sige. So kapag maliit lang yung dataset nyo, useful pa rin gawin to, yung pag-check, at least pagbibilang kung may blanco or kung may invalid. Para lang alam nyo kung susuyurin nyo pa ba yung dataset nyo. Lalo na pag maraming numbers kasi minsan nakakaduling siya. So, kapag wala kayong guide or parang flag, tulad ng highlight or ng circle, baka malampasan nyo yung blanco na yon or yung invalid data na yun. Okay, yung task number 6, nabanggit ko na to kanina briefly. So, di ba sinasabi nyo dito yung iba 211, 213. Okay, si Joe 513, si Christian 211, si Diane 213. So yung number 6, ito yung parang last resort natin. So ang gagawin natin dito, punta kayo sa inyong sheet number 3. Tapos yung drop-down arrow sa header. So magsimula tayo sa column D. So meron ditong drop-down button. Click ko to. So alam ko ang invalid data ay negative. Tapos blank, nakalagay blank. So uncheck ko muna tong select all. Tapos hanapin, i-scroll down ko tong value natin. So scroll down natin, hanap lang tayo kung merong negative. So parang wala naman. Meron bang blank? So i-check natin tong blank. Ayun, so nakita natin yung blank dito. Nasa bandang 500 siya. So yung mga blank dito, i-type nyo 0. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. So type nyo lang 0 para lang hindi siya blanco. So ngayon, para mabalik yung ating mga hinide na rows, click nyo tong button dito sa cell D1 sa ating header. Tapos click nyo lang ulit yung select all. So babalik na ulit yun. So ngayon, ako wala na akong blank values. How about yung iba? May blank values pa ba kayo? Si third tapos na agad. 0, 0. Sige, so gawin ko naman siya for column E sa akin. So ayun, may nakita ko negative 232 saka negative 229. So uncheck ko lang tong select all. Select ko tong 232, 239. Tapos tanggalin ko yung negative sign. Okay. Tapos ibalik ko lang ulit lahat ng rows. Okay, so dapat 0, 0 na yung nakalagay. Pare-pareho na kaya tayo? How about the others? Yung tapos na, comment kayo done or 0, 0. Si Jonah tapos na rin. Si Joff tapos na rin. Si Ethel tapos na rin. Okay, dumadami na yung tapos na. Okay, sige. So yung natutunan natin sa activity 3 ay mga features or functions sa Excel na magpapadali nung pag-prepare natin ng data for analysis. Kasi may tendency nga na may ma-miss out tayo na error sa ating data. So magandang gumamit tayo ng iba't ibang features and functions ng Excel para mapadali yung ating paglinis ng data. So, yung unang ginawa natin, yung removing yung duplicates. Tapos, we also validated data and used validation circles. Tapos, we also used conditional formatting. Tapos, we used count if and count blank. Tapos, we also used the filter feature ng Excel para linisin yung ating data. Meron pang ibang functions na maaari nyong gamitin. I think baka useful na after the workshop you try it on your own. May tinatawag tayong count ifs. So instead na isa lang yung criteria natin, pwedeng maraming criterion. So yun yung count ifs. So para siyang count if pero mas complicated. So maganda na i-try nyo sa bahay after ng ating workshop. Marami pang iba actually sa count na kadalasan kong ginagamit kapag nag-prepare ako ng data. So pwede nyo rin yung i-search sa Google kung ano pa yung ibang functions sa Excel na pwede natin gamitin related to counts. Okay, tapos na ba tayo sa activity number 3? Yung hindi pa tapos, pwedeng pa taas ng ating kamay para we can give you more time before we go to our module number 4. Okay. Okay. Si April. Okay, let's wait. April, let us know if you need more detailed guidance sa ating activity number 3. Trio might be able to help. Baka better than if you can share your screen. Trio, are you still here sa ating Zoom call? Okay, let's wait then for Trio. Okay, I think everyone is already ready to move to the next module. Okay, I'll stop sharing my screen. Tapos let's go back to the presentation. Okay, so now we're done with activity 3 and tapos na rin tayo sa ating third module. So the next module will talk about analyzing and reporting data. So kung nakita nyo sa Google Classroom, yung module na ito heavily focused on presentation of data. Kasi isa ito sa very crucial part ng ating data analysis. Kasi kahit ano yung dami ng ginawa mo, kung hindi mo siya mako-communicate ng maayos sa iyong audience, sa ibang tao, masasayang yung pinaghirapan mo sa iyong data analysis. So merong tatlong types of presentation of data. First is text, second is table, third is graph or chart. So yung first ay yung textual presentation. So ito ay presentation ng data gamit ang text. So example lang nito yung pinakita ko earlier sa news report. So it's about unemployment rate noong July. So ginamit nila text lang kasi wala naman silang ibang gusto pang ipakita na data sa kanilang news article. So yung textual presentation is the simplest and most appropriate approach when there are only a few numbers to be presented. It gives emphasis to significant figures and comparisons. So kapag naka-text yung iyong data, mas ma-highlight yung numbers na gusto mong i-highlight doon sa iyong audience. So useful ito kapag onti lang yung iyong numbers. Kasi pag marami na yung numbers mo, nakakalito na siya kapag naka-text. Yung textual presentation, madali ring gawin. Hindi mo kailangan ng any software to do it. You just need to type. Tulad nga na nabanggit ko, when you have a large mass of quantitative data na kasama sa text or paragraph, the presentation becomes almost incomprehensible. So mahirap na siyang intindihin kapag maraming numbers. Written paragraphs can also be tiresome to read, especially if the same words are repeated so many times. So yung textual presentation, kahit madali siyang gawin, saka simple siya, madaling basahin, kailangan ding ingatan natin kasi baka nakakapagod naman kung puro text lang yung pinapakita natin sa ating audience. Okay, the next type of presentation is tabular presentation. So it is the systemic organization of data in rows and columns. So very common din to. So example dito yung pinakita ko kanina about 𝗲𝗲𝗃. So in-organize na lang yung data into rows and columns. So yung maganda sa tables, pwede siya for text, pwede siya for numbers, pwede siya for categories. So ayun. So yun yung okay kay tabular presentation. So para siyang textual presentation, pero mas naka-organize yung mga text mo. So mas madali siyang intindihin ng audience. So it is more concise than textual presentation and also easy to understand. Ang maganda rin sa tabular presentation, mas nagpo-provide siya ng detail than a graph. Kasi sa graph, hindi mo naman makikita necessarily yung exact value unless ilagay mo dun sa graph. Ang okay din sa tabular presentation ay nakakatulong siya sa pag-compare and pag-analyze ng relationship among different categories. So kunyari, balikan natin tong example dito. Meron ditong tatlong rapid diagnostic test. So 𝑠D-Bioline, merong 𝗫𝗫 saka Genius HIV. Tapos merong Western blot. So pag titingnan natin yung last row, kung sino yung may pinakamabilis na turnaround time, ito si 𝑠D-Bioline. So madaling mag-analyze dito ng data. Madali ring mag-compare. Pinakamatagal, syempre, si Western blot, 7 to 21 days. In terms of sensitivity, madaling makita dito na lahat sila 100% sensitive except si 𝗫𝗫𝗃. In terms naman of specificity, ang 100% lang si Genius saka si Western blot. So yung isang tanong siguro dito, based sa table, alin sa mga test na ito yung iyong isa-suggest? Si 𝗪 ba? Si 𝗟𝑘𝗏, si Genius, o si Western blot? So yung table, nakatulong siya mag-facilitate ng analysis. Kasi although hindi ako medical doctor, so I'm just basing this statement dito sa table, no? Based dito sa table, I think yung magandang test ay yung Genius. Kasi 100% yung sensitivity niya sa specificity, pero mabilis siya, 20 to 30 minutes. Unlike yung Western blot na 7 to 21 days. Yung 𝗪 siya yung pinakamabilis, pero mas mababa naman yung specificity niya, 99.87%. Kaya ako, I would say na ang recommended ay itong Genius HIV. So yun. So yung tables, nakakatulong siya sa pag-compare and pag-analyze ng ating data. So yung next na didiscuss natin yung graphical presentation. So a graph or chart is a device that shows numerical values or relationships in pictorial form. So visualize niya yung numerical values or relationships na meron tayo sa ating data. So example, tulad ng pinakita ko kanina, itong donut chart dito, modes of transmission among newly diagnosed cases. Okay, so may iba't ibang klase ng chart. Actually, more than 5 sila. Pero I'll just discuss 5, pati ilang tips kung paano gawin ng maayos itong mga chart na ito. So first, let's go with the line chart. So line charts are most commonly used in presenting historical data. So ano yung historical data? Ito yung data across time. So for example, unemployment rate from 1990 to 2020. So yun ay isang example ng historical data. So yung line chart, common siyang ginagamit sa mga ganong uri ng data. You can also use line charts if you want to compare the trend of 2 or more time series data. So time series data, ito yung across time. Ang suggestion nila ay the ratio of height to width is recommended to be 2:3 or 3:4. Meaning, yung chart natin, dapat hindi siya masyadong pahiga or hindi siya masyadong patayo. So, dapat medyo square yung itsura niya. Rectangle na medyo square. Ganun yung itsura niya dapat. Para hindi ma-warp yung relationship doon sa ating chart. Okay. This is an example of line chart. Ito ay, I'm not sure kung familiar kayo dito, pero nababanggit ito recently dahil sa COVID. Reproductive number. So dito, RT, yung kanyang gamit. So ito ay isang example ng line chart. So ano yung reproductive number sa Philippines across time? So I think early March yung simula nito, sa graph na to until April 20. So makikita nyo yung pagbabago ng reproductive number across time. So syempre yung line chart, makakatulong to sa atin sa pag-analyze. So paano to makakatulong? So based dito sa chart, masasabi nyo ba na pababa yung reproductive number or pataas? Diba dito, until April nakita natin, bumaba nung bandang gitna ng March, then tumaas ng onte, then bumaba ulit, then tumaas siya dito. Then dito sa dulong part, hindi pa natin alam kung ano nangyari. I think meron ng updated chart ito kung interested kayong malaman. So ayan. So this is a line chart. Next is vertical bar chart. So vertical bar chart or column charts are used when presenting time series data that focuses on the magnitude of the series instead of the movement. So yung pinagkaiba niya sa line chart ay ito, ang i-emphasize mo yung magnitude, gaano kalaki. Yung line chart kasi mas focused siya sa movement across time. So paano nagbabago yung datos natin across time. Si vertical chart mas focused siya sa kung gaano kalaki across time. So note that both a vertical bar chart saka line chart ginagamit siya for usually for time series data or data across time. So example, ito ay GDP growth forecast sa Philippines. So dito, mas gustong i-emphasize yung magnitude. So gaano kalaki yung GDP growth natin per year. Kaya ginamit niya ay bar chart. Kung mas gustong i-emphasize dito yung movement, yung pagbaba at pagtaas, so gagamitin natin yung line chart. Pero in this example, ang gustong i-emphasize ay yung magnitude. So yung pagpili ng chart, depende rin talaga sa depende kung anong data yung meron kayo, saka depende kung ano yung gusto nyong ikwento or ibahagi sa inyong audience. Okay. Next type is horizontal bar chart. So yung horizontal bar chart, pareho siya ng vertical pero hiniga lang siya. Ang pagkakaiba nila, ang horizontal bar chart ay usually ginagamit kapag categorical yung iyong data. So kanina, balikan natin tong example, etong data natin ay per year. So hindi to categorical kasi per year to. So ito ay interval data. So kapag yung data mo ay categorical, for example, regions in the Philippines, or major island grouping, kunyari Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, instead of using vertical bar chart, ang suggested ay horizontal bar chart. So bakit ganon? Kasi may tendency yung tao na from left, pag nakakita siya ng graph na ganito, na vertical, iisipin niya na may movement from left to right. Kapag horizontal, mas may iwasan natin yung ganong assumption ng mga tao kasi hindi naman una yung Luzon tapos sunod yung Visayas, sunod yung Mindanao. Kasi hindi naman sila, wala namang order yung Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao. So mas maganda dahil categorical sila na gumamit ng horizontal bar chart. Example din, pwedeng gamitin to for assigned sex. Or pwede rin itong gamitin for, kunyari kung anong ARV drug yung meron sa inyong clinic. So pwedeng horizontal bar chart yung gamitin instead of vertical bar chart. So yung suggestion dito ay i-arrange yung bars according to length of the bars, either ascending or descending. Minsan hindi ito sinusunod kasi minsan sanay tayo na arranged yung bars according to certain order. Kunyari, regions of the Philippines. Ang hirap naman kung i-arrange mo yung regions according dun sa haba ng bars. Kasi sanay tayo na region 1, region 2, region 3, region 4A, region 4B, etc. So kung guguluhin mo yon, baka mas mahirapan tayong intindihin yung bar chart. So yung pag-arrange din, although suggested na ascending or descending, syempre depende rin kung meron na ba tayong nakasanayang order ng ating data. Yung other section, ang suggestion ay first or last siya sa ating graph. So, example ito, horizontal bar chart. Ito galing sa survey ng UNDP saka UNAIDS. So naka-arrange siya by region pero hindi sinunod yung length. Kasi kung sinunod to by length, malilito kang hanapin kung nasan yung region 5, region 7, etc. So yung ginawa dito, in-arrange siya by region. Okay, pie chart. Pie chart is used to present categorical data, but the focus is to show the components parts with respect to the total in terms of the percentage distribution. Use pie charts when the categories are less than 6. Kapag mas marami na sa 6, gumamit na kayo ng horizontal bar chart. Kaya kung titignan nyo itong region dito, instead of using a pie chart, horizontal bar chart na yung ginamit. The categories should be arranged according to magnitude and plot the biggest slice at 12 o'clock. Tapos clockwise siya. Kasi mas sanay tayo na magsimula sa 12 o'clock, tapos clockwise yung ating pagbasa. The other section should be plotted last. Okay. Example dito, women versus men. Doon din sa survey ng UNDP and UNAIDS. So dito, dahil dalawa lang yung categories and gusto lang ipakita yung proportion ng respondents na women and proportion ng respondents na men, pie chart yung ginamit. Last ay yung histogram. Histogram shows the distribution of the observed values. It plots the class boundaries in the x-axis and class frequencies on the vertical axis. So sa activity natin later, hindi na natin ito gagawin dahil medyo mas advanced ito. Pero para lang makita nyo yung itsura, ito yung itsura niya. So ito ay age. Frequency distribution ng age. So based sa histogram, makikita nyo na marami sa respondents doon sa survey ay nasa 25 to 30 age group. Nandito siya. 25 to 30. In fact, merong 73. Tapos makikita nyo rin dito yung itsura ng distribution. So makita nyo na meron pang medyo marami yung over 30, tapos medyo onti yung less than 25. Ito lang sila. So yun yung purpose ng histogram. So ano yung characteristics of a good graph? So first is accuracy. It should not be deceptive, distorted, or in any way susceptible to wrong interpretations due to careless construction. So walang isang paraan para masabi yung accuracy ng isang graph or kung paano kagagawa ng accurate graph. Kasi depende iyon sa data na iyong hinahandle. So for example, average global temperature para pag-aralan yung global warming. So kapag yung y-axis mo ay from 0, yung data mo medyo magkakaproblema kasi hindi mo makikita yung difference. Pero in reality, small change in temperature sa ating environment ay malaki yung epekto sa ating ecosystem. So in that case, baka ibang axis values yung dapat nating gamitin. Second, clarity is a characteristic of a good graph. An effective chart should be easily read and understood. There should be unambiguous representation of the facts. So dapat hindi malabo yung iyong graph. So unang tingin pa lang, alam mo na yung gusto niyang sabihin. Third is appearance. It is one that is designed and constructed to attract and hold attention by holding a neat, dignified, and professional appearance. So medyo subjective yung terms dito, pero yung pinaka-simpleng rule of thumb dito huwag kayong gumamit ng 3D effects sa inyong graph kasi mahirap makita yung relationship sa isang graph kapag 3D yung inyong graph. Avoid using din too many colors kasi nakaka-distract siya sa mata. Lalo na kapag may color blindness yung isang tao, may hirapan siyang intindihin yung graph kapag maraming colors. Kaya kung babalikan nyo kanina dito sa example ko, instead of using 2 colors for my pie chart, isang color lang ginamit ko pero nilagyan ko ng texture etong isang category. So yung women, ginawa kong striped. Yung men, ginawa kong solid color lang. And last is simplicity. The basic design of a statistical chart should be simple, straightforward, and not loaded with trivial symbols or ornamentation. So, dapat wala siyang designs or other symbols na magdi-distract lang sa inyong audience. May questions ba tayo so far? Sa chat box, parang wala naman. Pero if you have questions, feel free to leave them now sa ating chat box or raise your hand if you have urgent question. Okay, parang wala naman. So before we go with our activity, meron tayong short Q&A dito. So magfa-flash ako ng graph for 1 minute. Tapos i-type nyo sa chat box kung ano yung gusto nyo sa graph at paano ito may improve. So 1 or 2 sentences lang. Okay ba yun? Malinaw ba with everyone? Okay, push, sabi ni Joff. Okay, so yung question ay, ano yung gusto nyo sa graph, saka paano pa siya may improve. Okay, I'll give 1 minute for each graph. So bubuksan ko lang ang aking clock sa aking cellphone so we can keep track. Okay, so for the first graph, this one. So what do you like about the graph and how can it be improved? Answer in 1 or 2 sentences. Walang tama or maling sagot. Please ilagay nyo siya sa ating chat box para rin mabahagi natin yung ating thoughts with other participants. So ano yung gusto natin sa graph na to at paano pa siya may improve? Okay. Yung iba, may sagot ba? Sige, let's wait. Let's give more time for others para ma-comment nila yung kanilang thoughts about the graph, the first graph. Okay, so sabi ni Joff, hindi niya gusto yung maraming color, tapos yung identifier hindi malinaw kung alin yung tinutukoy. Si Jet naman, gusto niya yung maraming color. Pero kailangan i-improve yung type of graph na ginamit kasi masakit sa mata. So ayun, sasagot ni Joff and Jet, si Joff gusto niya konting color, si Jet maraming color. So wala namang tama or maling sagot talaga. Depende rin talaga sa audience ninyo. Pero yung malinaw ay mukhang maling type of graph yung pinili. Kasi ang dami. Tas yung ibang colors dito, hindi mo na alam kung ano to. Diba? Tapos yung mga labels natin ang lalayo. Data not clear, more than 6 variables. So baka ibang graph na yung gamitin, sabi ni Rob Rubiano. Okay. Thank you sa inyong thoughts. Sige, marami pa tayong graph. So hold nyo muna yung inyong thoughts. Go tayo sa ating second graph. So this is graph number 2. What do you like about the graph and how can it be improved? Okay, let's allot 1 minute para lang ma-type nyo yung inyong comment. Okay, may mga sumagot na ilan. We have few more seconds. Yung ibang may comments, pwede nyong i-comment. Okay. Sige. So far, yung sinabi nila parang okay naman itong graph. Meron lang ditong comment si Rahima. Sabi niya yung 3D animation made it a bit difficult to interpret the values. I think I would agree with that comment. Kasi kung titingnan nyo yung graph, sa 2010 saka 2011, kaya nyo bang based sa graph without looking at the numbers, kaya nyo bang ma-identify kung ilan yung difference? Di ba medyo mahirap kasi nakatilt yung ating graph. So baka making it 2D would improve yung ating visualization. Or siguro, I think what they want to communicate here is the increase in the percent allocation sa education sa national budget. So baka instead of using a graph, baka a better visual would just be an arrow pointing upwards. Tapos ilagay na lang yung numbers. Diba? Baka pwedeng ganun din yung gamitin na visualization. Pero ayun, this one, mas malinis siya tignan definitely from the other one. But we have several comments here na pwede pang ma-improve dito sa ating graph number 2. Okay, let's go with graph number 3. So we have 1 minute. Okay, sabi ni Christian, blurred yung ating graph. Sabi ni Jace, same then, not clear. But for J, color is okay. Good graph, blurred nga lang. Okay. Etong graph na to actually, it was redrawn by a news site, if I remember correctly. So itong graph na to, parehong data, ni-redraw siya, ginawa siyang ganito. Graph number 4. Do you think this graph is better than graph number 3? So pareho silang data, iba lang yung pagkakapresent dito sa graph number 4. So mas madali bang intindihan si graph number 4 or si graph number 3? Ayun. So bukod sa luminaw, syempre yung graph natin, nung present din siya in a different way, mas madaling intindihin yung order. Kasi parang ina-emphasize dito, ano ba yung priority ng kanilang government. So makita mo na priority nila ay health and human services, pangalawa ay social security, etc. Because you can also see easily yung value, exact value. So dito sa ating example, ngayon, makita nyo na yung magandang graph, kanina yung graph number 3, pwede pa pala siyang pagandahin para mas madaling maintindihan ng audience natin yung gusto nating sabihin. So, yung tip ko actually dito is be familiar with graphs. Tapos you try out graphs kung may ginawa kang graph tapos medyo complicated, baka you should try a different graph para mas madaling maintindihan yung iyong data. This one, graph number 5. What do you like about the graph and how can it be improved? Sige. We have 1 minute. So itong graph na to ay tungkol sa performance ng GDP, Gross Domestic Product, ng Philippines at ng ibang bansa. So, okay. Meron na tayong 1 answer. Okay. May suggestion about dapat dark pa yung color ng number. I think that is something to do with contrast. So magandang point out yun na dapat yung graph mo high yung contrast. Kumbaga, kahit malabo yung pagkakaprint ng graph, madilim yung screen nung audience mo, madali pa rin nilang mababasa yung mga numbers or visuals na nandun. May message dito si Trio. I guess this is better if bar graph. Actually, kung titingnan nyo itong graph na ito, kung titignan nyo yung x-axis, yung nandito sa baba, countries yung nakalagay. China, Philippines, Vietnam, Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, Singapore. Pero kung titignan nyo yung graph, ginawa siyang line graph. So parang kung iisipin mo, yung China nakadikit sa Philippines, tapos Vietnam, Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, Singapore. Pero in reality, hindi naman to connected itong bansa na to na after Malaysia, Indonesia, tapos Thailand. So maganda dito yung ilang comments na hindi dapat line graph. So baka ibang graph. Yung suggestion ni Trio ay bar graph. So pwedeng vertical bar graph, pero ako personally, I would use a horizontal bar graph for this one. Or pwede rin naman gumamit ng table. Kasi onting numbers lang naman to. We have here 7 numbers. So, pwede rin naman tayong gumamit ng table. So, doon sa ating examples, nakita nyo yung iba't ibang paraan ng pag-present ng ating data na makakatulong sa ating analysis saka comparison, how to make how to get information from our data through tables, through text, through graphs. And nakita rin natin na there's no one way of plotting a data. So pwedeng ibang graph yung gamitin kung iba yung gusto nating i-communicate. And hindi rin necessarily graph yung best way to present a data. Pwede tayong gumamit ng ibang paraan tulad ng text or ng tables. So ngayon, let's go to activity number 4. So punta tayo sa ating Excel file and then we go to uh, sheet number 4 instructions. So bubuksan ko lang yung aking Excel file. I-share ko lang sa inyo. Okay. Yung number 4, actually medyo mahaba siya. Kasi dito gagamit tayo ng pivot table. Kaya siya medyo mahaba. Okay? So, I think, Trio, okay lang ba if we give 5 minutes to our participants para lang tignan tong instructions, and siguro kung may gusto mag-take ng short break, they can have a 5-minute break.
Yeah, they could
Okay
go
ba?
ahead. We still have a lot of time pa naman.
Okay.
Pivot. Yeah. But guys, don't get pressured. Actually, madali lang to pivot. Para lang tong
Yes.
para lang tong filter.
Yes. Tama si Trio doon. Actually, hindi ko masyadong ginagamit yung pivot table.
Fan
And
kasi ako nito eh.
Nung ginagawa ko tong presentation, I regret na hindi ko siya ginagawa in the past or ginagamit kasi sobrang sinisimplify niya yung analysis ng data natin. So, let's have a 5-minute break. So, balik tayo ng 2:46. So, yung mga hindi magbe-break, you can go over the instructions. Yung mga magbe-break, you can take a break for 5 minutes.
Okay, so 5 minutes, water break or wee break. Okay. So while we're waiting for the others, you could start checking on the instruction. Okay, guys, time check. It's now 2:46 in the afternoon. 5 minutes is up. I would assume that most of you have already uh, browsed onto the instructions for activity number 4. Shall we proceed, Sir Seth?
Okay. Hopefully lahat sorry I got disconnected. Mas okay na ba ngayon?
Slightly, Sir Save.
Okay.
You're lagging. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
Sige. I'll quickly close lang yung ibang nakabukas na program sa akin.
Okay. Dayan, nawala daw ako. Dayan, I'm still here.
Okay, sige. Share ko na ulit yung aking screen. Okay, sige. So, for our first task, we need to create a pivot table showing number of AIDS-related death per year from 2013 to 2017. So, medyo marami yung task dito pero puro pivot table to. So, kapag sanay na tayo sa first task, mas madali na yung mga susunod na task. Okay, so first is go to insert tab. So ito ay nasa upper left part ng inyong screen. So punta kayo sa insert tab. Okay, so gamitin nyo yung sheet 4A ha, sheet 4A. So ito. So punta tayo sa insert tab. Tapos ang next instruction ay select cell J2. So dito gagawin ni Excel yung iyong pivot table. Dito niya sisimulan sa J2. Okay? Tapos yung next na instruction ay click the pivot table button. So nasa pinaka-left siya. So click ko siya. Tapos papapiliin niya ako ng data. So select a table or range. I-select ko yung columns A up to F. Okay. So select niyo yung columns A up to F. Tapos ensure that the existing worksheet radio button is selected. So choose where to place the pivot table. Piliin natin existing worksheet. Then click OK. So, gagawa siya ng pivot table dito. Tapos may magbubukas na pane dito sa ating right side, pivot table fields yung nakalagay. So, drag here field into rows. So, drag ko lang si year, click ko si year, drag ko siya into rows. Tapos, drag estimated number of deaths from AIDS to values. So, ito, drag ko lang sa values. So, ngayon, kita nyo na dito sa ating pivot table, yung total, yung sum of estimated number of deaths from AIDS per year globally. So, for example, nung 2013, 6,390,068 ang estimated number of deaths. Okay? Okay ba tayo doon? Nakasunod ba lahat? Pag tapos na kayo, please comment sa ating chat sa Zoom. Okay, done na yung iba. Sige. I-repeat ko lang ulit. Ando ko itong ginawa ko.
Sir Steve?
Yes?
Yes po. Sir Steve, ano yung exact na summary gusto nating makita? Is it sum or just the physical count? Kasi baka
yung gusto
ma-confuse yung iba. Minsan kasi nag-automatic siyang either count or sum. Yung sa'yo kasi sum, baka yung sa iba kasi count. Yung default nila.
Dahil isa lang yung ano natin, sum talaga yung ibibigay niya. Ay, pwede ring average, no?
Yeah.
Sige.
Pwede kasi siyang pagturuan doon sa ano eh.
So, ulitin ko lang dito. First instruction ay go to insert tab. Tapos, click on, select cell J2. So, nakaselect na ako. Tapos, click the pivot table button. So, ito yun, pivot table. Sa upper left part ng inyong screen. Nandiyan yung pivot table. So, click nyo yun. Tapos, select a table or range. So, select nyo yung columns A to F. So, click ko tong letter A. Drag ko until letter F. Okay. So, nakaselect na siya. Tapos, ang gusto ko, ilagay yung pivot table sa existing worksheet. And then, click OK. Pagka-click nyo ng OK, yung gusto natin per row ay per year. So, drag natin yung year sa rows. Tapos, yung estimated number of deaths from AIDS, lagay natin sa values. So, ito ay nakalagay dito sum. Ayan. Pag clinic nyo yung, kung gusto nyo paglaruan, pag clinic nyo yung letter I sa tabi, I hope nakikita nyo sa Zoom natin or sa screen ninyo. Dun sa field, so nakalagay sa akin dito, sum of estimated ... May letter I siya sa tabi. Click nyo yun. Tapos meron ditong lalabas na dialog box. Papapiliin ka niya, summarize by. Yan. So pwedeng ganyan. So for this example, piliin natin lang yung sum. So maraming nakalagay dito actually. So kung may gusto kayong gawin, madali na tong, kunyari gusto nyo kuhanin yung average per year. So maximum, product, standard deviation, variance, etc. Nandito na siya. Okay, so for now, piliin lang natin yung sum para lumabas itong ating pivot table. Okay? Done na. Meron pa bang gumagawa nito? Wala po yung I sa Excel ko po. Okay. Sino yung may same problem with Joff?
Wala po yung I.
Oo. Yung letter, nakita mo ba sa screen ko, Trio? Yung letter I?
Kasi sir, ano ka yata? Baka dahil naka-Mac ka.
Okay. Sige. Wala po row axis sa akin. So sabi ni third yung drop down. Drop down Trio sa
Yes po.
Windows?
Yes po. Pag
Okay.
Windows, it should be the drop down.
Okay. Thank you, third, for that. Rob, nahanap, access lang po, meron, wala po row.
Axis lang po, meron, wala pong row.
Row. Okay. Rob, okay lang ba sige, let's start with Rob. Okay lang ba pa-share ng iyong screen? Stop ko yung pag-share ko, then you share your screen. Para lang makita natin.
Okay. After Sabina, the next would be Christian. Let's also check your pivot table to check what could have been the difference.
Okay.
Make
okay. Kanina to?
This is for Sabina.
Sino to naka-share? Sorry.
That's Rob.
Rob.
Rob
Okay,
and Sabina is like the same.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sige. Yung pinagkaiba natin yung sa values, click mo yung drop down.
Go to values, Sabina. Values box.
Yes. Yung drop down, eto dito, sa yan. Okay.
There.
Tapos value field settings. Value field settings sa baba pa.
Lowest option?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yes. And then click sum. Okay. So dapat magkamukha na tayo. And sorry, magkaiba nga siya sa Windows. Ang tawag sa Windows ay axis. Okay? So yung axis yan yung rows. Okay. So I think magkapareho na tayo.
Can Christian share
yes, sorry.
screen? Christian, go ahead. Okay, they have the same scenario. Am I missing out on something? Why do they both have graphs?
Sige, wait lang.
Is that something automatic?
Sorry, Trio. Sorry, Sabina. Sorry for the name. Okay. Can you click on the... Okay, Christian, can you click on the gear setting? Diyan. Natingin nga. Sige, pa-close na lang yan. Pa-click na lang ulit. Wala na bang option sa baba? Sa okay. Kapag dinelete mo yan, anong nangyayari?
I would assume wala. Automatic lang siya, but the table itself would remain still.
Okay. Sige, try nga lang natin. I-delete yung chart. Yung mga nagtatanong kung ba't wala silang graph, huwag kayong mag-alala, wala rin akong graph.
Same here. It's not
So,
automatically popping up.
Hindi rin siya automatic sa akin. Okay. So, okay na kay Christian. Okay, meron pa bang may gumagawa ng task number 1 natin? So, kung ginagawa nyo pa, please raise your hand para lang tulungan din namin kayo.
Okay, let's go ahead and check. Guys, can you raise your hand if you are still in the process of creating your first pivot table? Okay, scrolling down, I don't see anyone raising their hand. So I would assume you guys are all good with the first instruction.
Okay. Sige. So, punta tayo sa task number 2. Ang task number 2 natin ay create a pivot table showing number of AIDS-related death per country. So, instead of per year, gawin naman natin per country. So, first instruction ay go to insert tab. Okay. Tapos, select cell J2. So, dito magsisimula yung bago nating pivot table. Repeat tasks number 1 to 1.3 to 1.7, pero ilagay nyo yung entity doon sa rows para sa mga nakamak sa Windows sa axis. Tapos i-ensure nyo na sum yung nakalagay, hindi count. So gagawin ko dito, pivot table, click ko muna, tapos select ko yung columns A to F. Then okay. Tapos yung entity sa akin nasa rows, sa iba nasa axis. So lalabas na lahat ng countries. Tapos estimated number of deaths from AIDS, lalagay ko dito. So sum yung ginamit ko. So dun sa iba, palitan nyo na lang into sum. So may drop down arrow dun sa field. Click nyo yon, then click nyo yung view field settings. Okay. Kapag tapos na kayo, message nyo sa ating group chat na okay na.
Right. Another shortcut, if you are using the same exact raw data, you could just copy and paste the first pivot and then place it on the cell where you would want to start the new table. And then
Okay.
just play around the data that you want to be projected. You'd also do that.
Sige, magandang tip yung para mabilis. Okay.
Yes, Sabina, you have to change it to sum.
Okay. Sum ulit yung ating gamitin. Once done, i-comment nyo lang dito sa ating group chat na done na kayo. Okay, tapos na si Sabina, tapos na si Basti, tapos na si Rahima, si April. Okay. Marami nang nakatapos. Okay. May nagawa pa ba ng task natin? Or tapos na lahat? Sa mga hindi pa tapos, please raise your hand para lang kita natin. Okay, I think we can move sa next task. So yung next task natin ay create a pivot table showing number of AIDS-related death per country filtered by year. So kamukha siya nung pivot table number 2 pero may filter itong ating pivot table na ito. So gayahin ko yung sinabi ni Trio na shortcut, i-copy ko yung table. Tapos pinapalagay siya sa cell M2. So i-paste ko lang dito. Okay. Tapos papalitan ko lang yung ating fields dito. Oops. Okay. So, ang idadagdag ko ay yung year ilalagay ko sa filter. Tapos yung entity yung nasa rows. Tapos yung next slide. So now we have a frequency table of the estimated number of deaths per country filterable by year. Filter the pivot table and choose only 2070. So itong drop down dito, ito yung sa year, piliin ko lang daw yung 2070. Okay. So ayan, meron akong filtered na pivot table. So kung hindi kayo sanay dun sa shortcut, baka i-try nyo na lang din muna yung instructions doon sa ating number 4 instructions sheet.
Guys, please do let us know if you have questions regarding the pivot table, so that while we are discussing this, we would be able to explain everything to you.
Okay. Yung mga tapos na, can you comment? Tas yung mga hindi pa tapos, can you raise your hand?
Okay, Ma'am Ethel has a comment. Ayaw lumitaw ng year. Ma'am Ethel, is it okay if you could share your screen with us? Okay, Ma'am Ethel. Okay, now let's check. Yeah. So there's the year. Can you double click on uh, any of the characters in your pivot table so that we can check the actual quartile? Okay. You have to drag down the estimated number of deaths down to the values so that you'd be able to see numbers there. Okay. Now, can you scroll to the left? There. Is it okay now? Let me just check with my... Okay. Yeah. Okay. My metal is good. Do we have other participants having issues navigating the pivot table fields? Okay, if none, I guess, Cersei, we could proceed with the next instruction. A much simpler instruction.
Okay, sige. Sige, for the next task, ang kailangan natin gawin ay i-format lang yung ating pivot tables. So, what is being asked here is to change the number formatting for all the estimated numbers to number. So, lahat ng numbers sa ating pivot table, gawin yung number yung ating number formatting. So, gawin ko siya dito sa akin. So, select ko lang to. Saka column N sa akin. And then yung general, gagawin ko lang number. Okay? And then yung next instruction niya ay add a comma for easy reading. So yung comma, nasa bandang gitna siya sa home tab. Hopefully nakikita nyo sa inyong screen. Mukha siyang comma katabi ng percentage. Click nyo lang yon para magkaroon ng comma. Tapos, ang next instruction niya ay change the number of decimal places to 0. So, click ko lang tong decrease decimal. Malapit sa comma na button sa home tab. Hanggang mawala yung ating decimal places. So, ayun, gawin lang ito sa tatlo nating pivot table. Yan. Kasi ngayon, mas madali na nating mababasa yung mga numbers natin sa ating pivot table. Okay. Okay na ba tayo with the task? Okay na ba with task number 4? Yung tapos na. Please chat. Okay, meron ng mga tapos. Okay. So kapag tapos na kayo sa task number 5, please comment, please leave a message sa ating chat box na tapos na kayo. Okay. Yung hindi pa tapos, can you raise your hands dito sa ating Zoom? Okay, I think tapos na lahat. So yung next natin na task ay yung task number 6. Ito ay to group and hide all columns containing all the pivot tables. So, punta tayo dito sa column sa sheet 4A. Tapos select natin yung columns J, K, L, saka column M hanggang column N. Okay, J to N. So select columns J to N and then go to Data tab. So nasa bandang gitna siya, Data tab. Tapos may makikita kayo dyan, sorry, columns J to okay. Columns J to N. Tapos may makita kayo dito na group.
Sir Steve?
Yes.
Nag-skip yata tayo ng isang instruction. Parang mauna yata muna yung graph before they hide the pivot.
Ay, oo nga, no. Sorry.
Kasi baka hindi sila makagawa ng graph.
Sorry. Sige. balik tayo dun sa task number 5 pala muna. Paggawa to ng graph dun sa data natin sa pivot table. So, plot the pivot table showing the number of AIDS-related death per year, 2013 to 2017. So, the first task is, the first step is to go to Insert tab. So, nandito siya sa upper left. And then, select the data in the pivot table. So, itong first table na ginawa natin yun. And then, including row and column headers. So, isama nyo yung row label sum of estimated number of deaths from AIDS, saka yung years. And then, choose an appropriate chart for the data. So dito sa bandang gitna sa ating insert tab, may mga graphs dito. Merong pwedeng recommended, pero sabi niya wala daw. Meron ditong mga bar graphs. Meron ditong line graphs. Meron ditong scatter, merong pie, merong histogram, etc. So choose an appropriate chart for the data. So, pili kayo kung ano yung sa tingin nyong tama. Or yung magandang chart para sa data na to. Okay. So, wag nyo kong gayahin ha. Tatry ko lang yung pie chart. Pero kung may iba kayong data na chart na gustong gamitin, gamitin nyo. So, example lang tong pie chart. Okay. Ang next instruction niya ay lagyan daw ng title, add an appropriate title. So, total estimated total number of AIDS-related death per year. 2013 to 2017. Okay, so yan yung napili kong title. Ang next instruction niya ay maglagay daw ng labels. So click nyo lang yung series. So in my case, itong mga pie dito sa ating pie chart. Tapos click ko siya. Then right-click, then add data labels. So para magkaroon ng data label. Okay. Sige. Pagtapos na kayo, sabihin nyo sa ating group chat, done with the chart para makita natin. Pero hindi ako malito kung nasang step na tayo. You can use any chart na tingin yung bagay dito sa ating data.
I'm kind of interested on what the other participants have chosen as to what the title of their graph would be. Guys, can you comment down on the group chat as to what the title of your graphs are? Provided the information that you have.
May question si Joff. Sorry, nawala ako sa pag-header part. Joff, which task ito? Anong task yung tinutukay mo? Yung including row and column headers? Tama ba yung pagkakaintindi ko, Joff? Kung tama yung pagkakaintindi ko, yung meaning lang nun ay yung paglagay ng estimated.
Total.
Itong title. Oopsie. Yung paglagay ng title. Okay. Sige. Originally, ganyan yung itsura niya. Ganito. Sige, ang gagawin nyo lang, i-click mo once yung title. So, na-select na yung title. Tapos, itapat mo doon until maging ganito yung cursor, yung parang letter I. Tapos, pag na-click ko na doon, pwede ko nang palitan yung title. Title here. Here. Choose appropriate title. Yeah. So, yun yung pag-add natin ng chart title.
Okay, how about the rest? Are we good with creating your graphs? Okay, Ma'am Ethel is done. Diane's graph title is estimated number of deaths from AIDS. Okay. I'm kind of looking for something that would give us a more impacting title. Okay. How about the rest? Are we good? Okay, so from Christian, total number of AIDS-related death. Yeah, where we have this similar subject. Okay, Joff is done na. Okay, Diane is thinking of another title. Okay. Well, I would assume the rest of the participants are good with creating their charts. Shall we proceed na with the next instruction? Receive?
Hello?
Yeah, I guess
Okay.
we're good na.
Yung next instruction natin ay about grouping. So, i-select lang natin yung columns J up to N. So, select columns J up to N. Tapos, punta tayo sa Data tab. So, bandang gitna, a bit to the left, upper middle left. And then, click Group. So, yung group nasa bandang upper middle right. So, siya. So, click natin. Pag click natin, i-group niya yung columns J to N. So, ang ginagawa nito, pwede kong dito sa bandang taas may makikita kayong button na minus sign. So, kapag click ko yan, i-hide niya lahat ng columns na yun. So, maganda to kasi dahil naka-group, madali siyang i-show, madali rin siyang i-hide. So, maganda to kapag mag-represent kayo ng data na hindi nyo kailangang ipakita yung iba. Para pag tinanong, kunyari, nasan yung details, isang click nyo lang, lalabas na yung details na hinahanap.
And you
So,
could also do multiple level of groupings. Like
yes.
Group over group over group.
Tapos pwede rin itong gawin sa rows.
Yeah.
So, same procedure lang din with the rows. Okay, once you're done, message nyo sa group chat na done with activity 4A.
Wow. We're down to our last activity. Okay.
Okay, mukhang marami nang tapos with activity 4A. Meron pa bang hindi tapos? Can you raise your hand? Para lang with no. Okay, parang wala na. Sige, we'll now proceed with activity 4B. So, activity 4B, gamitin naman natin yung sheet na 4B. Okay. Medyo marami siyang instructions. Okay, for the first task, pinapa-fill out sa atin yung column J. Okay, to do this, our first step is to use VLOOKUP function. So, dun sa cell K2, ta-type natin yung equal sign, V, lookup, tapos J2, A to F, A colon F, comma 5, comma false. Okay, so lumabas dito 14259. So tingnan nga natin tong Philippines kung anong value niya. Philippines. Ito, so 14259. Estimated number of new HIV infections. So tama, 14259. So instead of going through the list, tinype lang natin ginamit lang natin yung VLOOKUP para mailabas na yung number na estimated number of new HIV infections for the Philippines. So, bakit ganito yung ating formula? Bakit siya, focus ko lang dito ha. Okay. Bakit yung formula natin ay ito? So, una, yung J2, ito yung argument or identifier ng hinahanap natin na row. So, yung hinahanap natin na row ay Philippines. Kaya J2 yung nilagay ko dito kasi itong Philippines ay column J, row 2. Yung A to F, ano namang meaning nun? Yun yung range ng table kung saan natin nahanapin yung data natin. So yung table natin ay columns A to F. Kaya siya A colon F. So ano naman yung number 5? Ito yung column number of the value you're looking for. In this case, ang hinanap natin ay estimated number of new HIV infections. So dun sa columns A to F, siya ay pang 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fifth column siya. Kaya yung nakalagay dito ay number 5. Yung false, yun naman ay for exact match, ang lalagay natin ay false. So kapag approximate match, ang lalagay natin ay true. So the next step here actually is to change Philippines to Philippines na double S. So paano pag may typographical error yung data mo? So kapag false yung exact match mo, false yung match mo dito, lalagay niya NA. Or no value, not applicable. So kapag ginawa nating true yung match, meaning approximate lang siya, so kahit hindi exact na Philippines double S yung mahanap niya, gagawin niya pa rin. So nakita nyo, nung approximate match, kahit double S yung Philippines, nakuha niya pa rin. Nasundan ba yun? Up to that point? Okay, yung next step dito ay drag the formula downwards up to row 5. So, ida-drag ko lang to up to row 5. Then, to the right, up to column L. So, drag natin to the right. So, notice that we get NAs in column L. Kung naalala nyo yung lesson natin nung first activity, kailangan nating mag-referencing na absolute. Kasi, nung ginalaw ko siya to the right, yung data natin ay naging na siyang K2, BG5 saka true. So K2, number yung K2, ang kailangan natin ay J2. So now, ulitin natin yung 7.2. Pero ito, papalitan natin lalagyan natin ng dollar sign. So J2, dollar sign before yung letter J, tapos before yung letter A, saka before yung letter F. Para hindi sila gumalaw. Para pag drinag ko siya pababa, okay pa siya. Pag drinag ko siya papuntang right, oopsie. Pag drinag ko siya papuntang right, lalabas na yung data. Ang problema lang dito ay, pansinin nyo, pareho yung value sa column K saka column L. Ang hindi kasi natin ginawa, palitan itong number 5. Kasi 6th column na yung kailangan natin. So palitan natin yung 5 with 6. Tapos i-drag lang natin to pababa. So now we have here our table for the for the 7th task. So pwede nyo i-verify na tama yung nakuha nyo by scrolling through the table. Medyo maiksi lang naman siya. Para i-check lang na tama yung nakuha natin. Okay. Wait lang natin si Third and Mark na na-disconnect. Sino na yung tapos dito sa ating task number 7? So comment sa ating group chat. Okay, done na si Sabina, done na si Christian, done na si Joff, done na si CJ. Okay. Now, yung task number 8 natin, actually, kapareho lang siya nung... okay, sige. Before we go to number 8, sabi ni Dayan, paulit po yung lalagyan ng $. No worries. Sige, balikan natin. Sige. Yung una kasi nating formula ay ito. So, hopefully nakikita nyo sa inyong screen. Ito yung una nating formula, J2AF. So, wala tayong $sign. So, ngayon, pag drinag natin to pababa, yung J, magiging J pa rin, pero yung 2 magiging 3. Okay? So, try ko ha. Try natin dito. Para lang makita. So, nung drinag ko siya pababa, itong J2, sa baba, naging siyang J3. So, tama yon kasi gusto natin Indonesia yung tignan niya. Itong sa 4th row, naging Vietnam, J4. So, gusto natin yon. Itong 5th row, J5, so Taiwan. So, gusto rin natin yon. Ang problema, kapag drinag natin siya papunta sa right. So, drag ko tong isa, nagkaroon na tayo ng NA. Bakit ganun? Ano nangyari? So, pag drinag natin sa right, pag pababa or pataas, yung gumagalaw yung number. Kapag pa-left or pa-right, yung gumagalaw yung letter. So, dahil wala tayong $sign dito, yung J, pag ginalaw ko, magiging K. Pag ginalaw ko pa right, magiging K. Yung A magiging B, yung F magiging G. So, tingnan natin to. So, tama, naging K siya, tapos naging B, naging G. Pero hindi natin to gusto kasi yung Philippines, nasa J pa rin. Tapos yung data natin, nasa A at letter F pa rin. Kaya uulitin natin tong formula dito. Palitan natin, lalagyan natin ng $sign before J para pag drinag ko papunta sa right, J pa rin siya. Lalagyan ko rin before A para pag drinag ko pa right, letter A pa rin siya, pati yung letter F. Yung number 2, hindi natin lalagyan ng $sign kasi gusto natin pag drinag natin pababa, magiging siyang J3, J4, J5. Kaya yung number 2, wala siyang $sign. Ngayon, pag drinag na natin to, okay siya. Tapos pag drinag ko pa right, tama na yung lalabas. At hindi pa tama. Ang kulang pa natin ay etong number 5. Sorry. Kasi yung 5th column pa rin yung tinitignan niya. Yung estimated number of people living with HIV, nasa column F. So, number 6 yon. So, papalitan natin to ng number 6. Number 6. Tapos, i-drag lang natin pababa. So, para makuha natin tong table na ito. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, pag okay na sa inyo, please comment here sa ating group chat. We're almost done with the activity. Okay, sige. Proceed tayo sa task number 8. So, the first step is to, ang pinapagawa sa atin ay plot the summary table showing the number of new HIV infections. So, katulad lang to nung ginawa natin kanina sa task number 5. So, same lang din. So, gawa lang kayo ng plot para dito sa ating summary table na ito. So, gawa lang kayong plot for this one. So, pili kayo ng appropriate chart na tingin nyo for this one. Make sure lang to change the title, tapos lagyan nyo ng labels kung kailangan. Tapos, position the chart below the table. So, gagawa lang ako ng chart sa akin. Okay, so gumawa ako ng chart ko. Nilagyan ko ng title. And then, pinapalagyan din ng labels. Okay. Tapos ilagay ko daw siya sa baba ng table. Okay, so lagay ko siya dito sa baba. Okay. Sabi ni April, wala pong value nag-a-appear. April, can you type sa group, sa chat box kung anong chart yung pinili mo? Or anong walang value nag-a-appear? Doon ba sa VLOOKUP to? Okay. Okay lang bang pa-share ng iyong screen? So, stop ko muna yung akin, tapos pa-share ng iyong screen. Okay. VLOOKUP. Okay. Sige, tama naman. Can you drag it down? Dun sa lower, yan. Yes, please. Pababa. Okay. Tapos, i-drag mo siya papunta sa right. Yung, yes. Okay. Yan. So, yung kailangan lang baguhin dito yung column number. Kasi 5 pa rin yung nakalagay sa column L. Sige, click natin yung L2. Yan. 5 pa rin yung nakalagay. Ang kailangan na natin ay 6th column. So, gawin natin 6. Okay. Tapos, after nyan, i-drag lang natin pababa ulit. Yung L2, yan, i-drag natin pababa. Okay. Ayan, perfect. So yung tanong ni Sabina ay possible ba gumawa ng graph sa different sheet? I-try natin ha. Ika-cut ko, lalagay ko sa bagong sheet. So yes, yung madaling sagot ay yes, pwedeng nasa ibang sheet. So I think Sabina yung suggestion ko ay kasi nakakalito pag lipat-lipat ng sheet, 'di ba, pag gumagawa kang chart. So gawin mo muna siya sa chart kung nasaan yung gawin mo muna siya sa sheet kung nasaan yung data. Tapos kung gusto mong ilipat, i-cut mo na lang siya, then i-paste mo doon sa bagong sheet. Para hindi rin nakakalito sa iyo na nakalayo yung data doon sa chart. Pero pag nagawa mo na yung chart, pwede mo na siyang ilipat kung saan mas okay sa iyo. Okay. Sige. We're down to our last few tasks. Task number 9 is about exporting the table and chart as PDF and the chart as JPEG. So, papa-save ko lang sa inyo actually yung ginawa nating table saka chart sa sheet 4B. So, to do this, you go to sheet 4B and then you select the table and cells where the chart is. So, yung sinasabi lang noon is select ko tong J until dito. So, basta masama lang yung table saka yung chart. So, depende kung nasan yung chart sa inyo. Sa akin, hanggang dito lang siya sa row 25. Okay, now go to page layout. Tapos, you would see here the print area button. Print area. So, set print area. Okay. So, naset ko na. Then, go to File. Then, click Print.
Sir, pa-interrupt po. Pa-share ng screen. Sorry.
Tapos, we see here a preview. Sa Mac kasi yung itsura niya ganito. So, may save as PDF. Hindi ko alam kung sa Windows may ganito rin ba or depende sa Excel nyo. So, pag hindi nyo mahanap yung save as PDF, please comment dun sa group chat tapos i-try natin i-figure out together through screen share. So, sa akin, ipapakita ko lang kung ano yung itsura niya as PDF. So, ganyan. Ganyan siya sa akin. Pero naputol siya. Okay, so ayusin ko muna tong print ko. So, file, print, scale to fit. Para kung gusto ko magkasya. Okay, scale to fit. So, ngayon, maayos na siya. Okay, so yan na yung PDF file ko. Kung hindi kayo sanay sa dito, pwede rin namang ilipat nyo na lang sa Word, sa Microsoft Word. I-copy nyo yung table, i-copy nyo yung chart, tapos i-paste nyo sa Word. Sa kanya i-save.
Sir Steve? Sorry,
Yes.
hindi kaya naka-screen share.
Ay, sorry.
Yeah.
Oo nga, ano ba yan? Sige.
And let's just try to repeat the process.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay. Thank you. Thank you sa mga nag-call out kay Jov, kay Diane, sa kay Christian. Sige. Ulitin ko. I-select, yung first step ay select yung cells kung saan, kung nasaan yung table mo at yung chart. So in my case, columns J to L hanggang row 25. So nakaselect siya. Tapos punta kayo sa page layout tab. Ito. Tapos i-click nyo yung print area. Tapos set print area. So pag na-set nyo na siya, oops, parang hindi siya na-set sa akin.
Hindi lumitaw yung drop down.
Dapat meron tayo. Sige, try natin ha. So, pag na-set nyo na yung print area, punta kayo sa file, and then print. Ayan. So, sa akin naka-display siya. Tapos, instead of printing it, nakalabas ba sa inyo yung dialog box or hindi nyo makita? Sige, i-share ko yung dialog box. Ito. Parang nakahiwalay siya. Okay, share. So ito, sa Mac kasi ganito yung itsura niya. So meron ditong save PDF, save as PDF. Or open in preview, yun yung isa. So ilalabas niya actually as PDF file na yung ginawa ko. Yan. So ito yun. So kung wala kayong, kung hindi nyo mahanap yung save as PDF sa inyo, kung Windows man kayo or ibang Excel yung gamit nyo, pwede kayong mag-comment tapos i-try nating i-figure out together kung paano siya gawin. Okay. Sige. Actually, second to the last, ano na to, yung last task natin, madali lang.
For Windows user, I guess what they can do is from the file, yung export option, and then there's an option there to create a PDF.
Trio, can you share that sa screen? Kasi sa akin wala eh.
Hold on.
Send PDF yung option. Sige, I'll stop sharing.
Here you go. Can you now see my screen, guys? Okay. So same instruction. So you just have to highlight the particular part of the sheet that you would want to save as a PDF. So same instruction. Go to page layout, print area, click the drop down, click set print area there, and then go to file, go to the export tab, and then choose create PDF, and then click this square box which says create PDF, and then it's gonna ask you to save. There, choose a specific file name, and then click publish, and then there you go. You have your PDF. Kuha po ba? Mga friends, nakuha ba? Okay.
Okay ba yun? Sige. Yung next task natin ay hindi na actually sa Excel. Pero meron ditong part sa instructions na nakalagay, type your name here. So i-type nyo lang yung name nyo doon, save the file, tapos upload the workbook, saka yung JPEG file ng chart sa Google Classroom. So how to save a chart? So i-right-click nyo lang yung chart, tapos may save as picture. Hindi pala ako naka-share screen ulit. So ito. I-click nyo yung, i-right-click nyo yung chart. So ito yung chart ko, right-click. Sorry, right-click. Tapos save as picture. So pag click ko yung save as picture, pwede ko na siyang i-save as JPEG. So i-save nyo yung chart nyo. So nagawa nyo yung PDF. Ngayon gawin nyo yung JPEG, yung picture ng chart. Save as JPEG. And then sa instructions tab, i-type nyo yung name nyo dito sa task 10. Tapos i-upload nyo yung inyong workbook at JPEG file sa Google Classroom natin. So pakita ko lang kung nasan siya sa Google Classroom and kung paano siya kung hindi pa kayo familiar. So sa Google Classroom, nandito siya sa pinakababa. So meron diyang activity resource submission. So click nyo yung topic, then click nyo tong Google Forms. So lalabas yung Google Form sheet. Sasagutan nyo lang to kung anong batch, anong name, tapos pwede kayong mag-upload ng file. Okay? So, pwede nyong i-upload. I-upload nyo dito sa ating activity resource submission na makikita sa ating Google Classroom. Okay. I'll be waiting doon sa inyong submission online.
Sir Steve, can we flash the screen once again so that we could monitor how many of our actual participants have submitted?
Okay, sige.
There's a part of your screen kanina, I saw it. So that we could monitor their turned in.
Wala pa rin.
So we'll see.
Okay.
So out of the 30,
So wala naman tong grade, so okay mag-alala.
so far we have 31 responses for our attendance. So I would assume if we exclude you, there will be, oh, okay, 29, I guess. 29 participants. Okay. Oh, this is strange. 31 pala sila. So guys, there are 31 registered participants.
So, dun sa ating Google form, wala pang sasubmit.
0 responses. Baka they're still finalizing their activity sheets.
Okay.
Okay, Diane is asking, I need help po. Paano po i-save as picture?
Okay. Ano yung nakikitang options ni Diane? Sige. Sige, yung question muna ni Christian, kapag putol yung PDF, meron diyang option na sa scale. So, Christian, can you share your screen muna? Para makita lang natin. Okay. Select mo yung table. Okay na. Then, file. Click mo yung file. Tapos, export. Wala, diretso na siya. Okay, click mo muna yung print. Ito. Tapos, etong scaling. Sa scaling, pinakababa, palitan mo siya na, sige, click mo siya, fit on one page. Yung, sige, click mo ulit yan, yung pinakauna, fit on one page. Ay, pangalawa pala, sorry. Okay, pwede rin yan. Okay, tapos punta ka sa export.
Sir Christian, you could change the orientation from portrait to landscape if Sir Xavier is good with that, para at least hindi siya putol.
Yung ginawa namin trio, in-scale siya para magkasya.
Okay.
Okay. Sige. Tapos try mo yung export, create PDF, and then check natin kung okay na yung itsura. Hopefully, okay na. Pa-share na lang ng screen, Christian. Showing the PDF. Okay na ba? Okay na ba yung dito? Sige. Christian, we would need help lang. Can you right-click on the chart? Sa white area. Sige, right-click pa sa white yan. Diyan. Ano yung nasa baba pa? Meron pa ba dyan? Or wala na? Wala na, no?
There's no option, I guess. Hold on. There's actually a trick to save it as a picture. If you have a PowerPoint there on your laptops or your PCs, you could just copy the actual chart itself and then paste it on a blank, any PowerPoint. And then from there, if you right-click it, you will see Save as Picture.
Okay. May na-discover ako trio, baka mas madalian sila.
Yeah.
Sige, Christian, pwedeng pa-copy ng chart? I-copy mo lang yung chart. Okay na? Tapos, click ka lang sa bakanting cell. Okay. Tapos, right-click mo.
Okay.
Tapos, paste special.
Like Control-Alt-V.
Right-click mo lang, Christian. Right-click. Tapos, ayun, yung paste, ano na lang, itong pangatlong icon. Yung clipboard na may image. Yan. Yan. Tapos, right-click mo yung image. Pwede na siyang i-save. Hindi pa rin.
Guys, you got it na?
Sa kanya hindi pa rin, trio.
Kanino po?
Kay Christian, wala pa rin yung save as picture.
Christian, can you click Control-Alt-V? Copy the entire chart and then select Control-Alt-V. Where is Christian? Wala. It's not working. There's no save option dito sa Excel. I guess the fastest way is paste it sa PowerPoint. Yeah, either Word or PowerPoint would actually do. Paint? Yeah, Paint. Pero mas madali pa rin kung PowerPoint na lang siya, as in, like, click-click lang. Okay. Do you want me to share my screen, guys, kung paano siya ginawa? Okay, tinanggalan ni Christian, so let me do it. Okay, so here's my screen. So delete muna natin to. So highlight the chart, copy. So that's Control-T, and then switch tab, open to any PowerPoint. Either it's blank or an ongoing PowerPoint. So here, I just did right click, and you will see at the bottom part, there is an option to save as picture. And then just save it, either a PNG format or JPEG. So let's choose JPEG. Okay, now let's go to pictures. Guys, can you still see the folder itself? Sir Save, nakikita mo yung folder? Hindi.
Hindi.
Kasi yung app lang pala yung shinare ko. Yeah. So, what's gonna happen if you save it as a picture, just select kung saang folder nyo siya isa-save. And then from there, doon nyo na lang siya kunin kapag i-upload nyo na siya. So sa akin, sinave ko lang siya sa pictures folder para at least I know where to get it. There. Hold on. Share screen. Okay. So let's repeat the process. So I have here the chart. So highlight it. Press Ctrl-T for copy. And then, actually, you don't need to press Ctrl-C. Just right-click it. What's wrong? Ayaw niya. There. Save as picture. And then, it's gonna prompt you to the folders where you can save it. So just select maybe picture. And then key in the file name. And then, save it as JPEG. Okay. Now let's check if it's in the picture tab. There you go. It's in the picture tab now. Okay.
Okay. Sige, balikan ko lang yung ating Google folder. I think meron nang nakapag-submit. Yes, meron na tayong 5 so far.
Guys, can they, someone is asking if they can upload 2 files at the same time?
Yes, actually, up to 5 files yung pwede. Pero wag naman 5 yung isubmit niya. Yung option kasi ni Google Form ay 1, 5, or 10. So, you can upload up to 2 files dito.
So, Murphy chatted, "Hello sir, sorry nawala po ako. Di ako naka-follow. Hina po kasi ng connection ko. We have activities po kasi today. Can I send my activity sheet later?"
Yes, definitely. Ako okay lang. Ikaw, Trio.
As long as you were able to follow all of the activity sets from activity 1 to activity 4, and you are complete with all of the requirements that needed to be submitted, we're good with that. Guys, kindly raise your hand if you are having issues uploading your files. Okay. Raise your hand. Okay. Third is having issue uploading his file. Who else aside from third? Okay. Spanish ang language. Habla Español. Alright, April mentioned, ayaw po mag-upload, sir. Would it matter, Sir Save, if they will upload it one by one?
If they will upload it one by one, baka isa lang yung basta before nyo isubmit yung form, dapat naka-upload na yung dalawa.
Miss April, can you share your screen so that we could check what seems to be happening? Okay.
Sige. Please click X. I-click natin yung X dun sa activity. Yes, please.
Yeah.
Tapos
Okay.
add file. Tapos can you select
files.
dalawang file at the same time? So yung dalawang file.
So there's the activity resource, and where's the other one? The picture. Where's the picture? I guess the trick there is you have to place them in one folder.
Sorry, you can click the select file from your device. Can you select the workbook first?
Yeah.
Okay.
Workbook.
Tapos open. Tapos add more files.
Add more files.
Tapos hanapin mo yung picture. Kung saan man nakasave yung picture. Only one.
Try again with fewer items uploads to 1 items are allowed.
Sorry. Alam ko na kung ano yung mali. Nandoon ka sa survey form submission. Dapat doon sa activity resource submission. Balik ka doon sa classwork.
Yeah.
Tapos yung activity resource. Yes. Okay.
There you go.
Tapos pwede na dyan dalawa. Okay.
Okay. Guys, can you also check if you have the same scenario? If instead of uploading onto the activity resource, baka yung survey form ang na-open ninyo? Yung iba, they're just having issues with their internet connection. That's why medyo mabagal mag-upload. Magaan lang yung file, guys, di ba? Wala namang 25 MB yung mga files natin. Okay. Murphy says, sa 4B lang po ako nawala, sir. So after po ng activities, they'll try to finish it. Nag-aagawan daw kasi sila sa connection. Okay. Noted po. Miss Yuri is asking, sir, may survey form na po ba? Secret. Yung mga uwi-uwi na po dyan.
Meron pa tayong i-discuss very briefly. I hope you can stay for a maximum 20 minutes. Sige. So, i-share ko lang ulit yung aking presentation. Kasi may isa pa actually activity na take-home naman. So, gawin nyo siya during your free time and then upload nyo doon sa ating file. So, yung instructions nandun din naman sa file, pero just to share din kung paano siya. Okay. Okay. So, yung last activity ay do it sa sarili nyong oras and please upload doon sa Google Classroom kapag tapos na. Hopefully by next week, ma-upload nyo na. This is creating a report from raw data. So this time, subukan nyong gawin on your own na walang specific instructions from us. Of course, if you have questions, you may email me or we can schedule a Zoom call if ever you need assistance. Pero, ayun, as much as possible, try nyong i-figure out how to do it on your own. So, yung file actually, yung raw data nasa Google Classroom natin. And then yung instructions, nandun din sa raw data. So the raw data is from a survey conducted to help determine interventions and assistance needed by people living with HIV in accessing treatment and care in the time of COVID-19. So sinimulan namin to nung simula nung community quarantine. I think a few days after dineclare yung community quarantine sa Luzon, sinimulan na namin yung survey. And the goal for you is to produce a report about the issues encountered by people living with HIV in the Philippines in accessing HIV treatment and care services in the time of COVID-19. So the raw data contains anonymized partial survey data with several variables. I think 1 month lang yung binigay ko sa inyo na data. Tapos please do not share or distribute the dataset. So merong akong guide questions dun sa paggawa ng report na pwede nyong sagutin using pivot tables, charts, descriptive measures, short paragraphs, or iba pang natutunan nyo today. So anything na pwedeng paragraph yung sagot nyo, pwedeng chart, or kung ano man yung tingin nyong appropriate na gamitin. So present your report as a PowerPoint presentation. 1 slide for each question, and then add short accompanying text to your chart or charts if needed. So yung questions ay, yung pinakauna ay describe the data set. So pwede nyong sabihin kung ilan yung respondents, kung kailan yung unang response, kailan yung huling response, etc. So bahala kayo dyan kung paano nyo i-describe yung data set. Yung pangalawang question ay, what are the demographic characteristics of the respondents? So anong itsura nung sumagot nung survey? So mag-include kayo ng at least isa. So ano ba example ng demographic characteristics? Pwedeng age, pwedeng assigned sex at birth, pwedeng membership to key population, employment status. So pwedeng pumili lang kayo ng isa tapos i-describe nyo lang siya doon sa report nyo. Yung number 3, ang tanong ay, ano yung salient issues encountered by the respondents? Or ano yung mga issues na tingin nyo common among sa respondents? So gamitin nyo yung data, pwede kayong gumawa ng chart, pwedeng magbilang lang kayo, sabihin nyo na 50% ng respondents, ito yung issue, ganun. So bahala kayo kung paano ito gagawin. Yung number 4, optional to sa mga medyo mas advanced. Mag-compare kayo ng salient issues between female and male respondents or between Region 3 and NCR respondents. Tapos yung last question ay magbigay kayo ng isa or dalawang recommendation base doon sa inyong results. So 1 to 2 sentences lang for each recommendation. Tapos kapag tapos na, i-save lang yung PowerPoint as PDF and then i-upload lang natin siya sa Google Classroom. Okay ba yon? Malinaw ba? Mukha ba siyang mahirap? Pag may tanong kayo, if medyo hindi nyo alam kung paano magsisimula, I hope makatulong tong guide questions. If you need further guidance, pwede rin kayong mag-email. Or actually, pwede kayong mag-reply dun sa Google Classroom. Di ba may stream tayo? So, pwede lang kayong mag-leave dun ng post or mag-comment kayo dun sa mga thread. Tapos, sasagutin naman natin. Okay? And may question ba dun before we go to the very brief last module?
So just a reinforcement, no? Where can you see this questions? It's on the raw data. Tama ba, Sir Steve?
Yes, nandun siya sa first sheet. Parang remarks at
So remarks, yeah. Remarks sheet nasa row number 3, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. Actually, pwede kong buksan para lang makita nila. Okay. Okay. Sige, share ko lang sa aking, share ko lang yung raw data. So, ito yung raw data natin. Yung instructions nandito sa first sheet. So, yung mga sinabi ko kanina, nandito rin siya. Tapos, ito yung ating raw data. So, ganyan yung itsura niya. So, yan. Meron tayo ditong marami-raming responses. So, gamit itong raw data, try nyong sagutin yung tanong doon sa mga guide questions. And yung pagsagot nyo ng tanong, pwedeng gumamit kayo ng text, pwede kayong gumamit ng table, or pwede kayong gumamit ng chart or ng graph. Okay ba yun? So, yung mga natutunan natin kanina, graphs, mga pivot tables, mga counts, pwede nyong gamitin yon para matulungan kayong masagot yung questions dun sa guide questions. Okay? Alam ko medyo mahirap ito pero yung reality kasi syempre pag gagawa ka ng mga report, wala namang very detailed instructions na ibibigay sa'yo. So yung idea nito ay para masanay tayong gumawa ng report or from etong data na wala namang meaning kasi puro numbers lang naman to, wala naman tong meaning talaga. We're trying to make some sense out of the data that we have. So parang ano yung impormasyong makukuha natin mula dito. So of course, tulad din in real life, if you have questions, you can always ask other people. So if you have questions, you can ask me or you can also ask Trio. Ayun. So may question ba dito sa ating activity? Wala naman. Kung okay pa kayo, pwede ba kayong mag-thumbs up?
Kaya pa ba, mga friends?
Mabilis na lang tong last natin actually.
Okay, Diane mentioned, trying to upload po ulit kasi no attach. Na-submit ko na po. Kindly check. Okay, sige po, we'll just check, Miss Diane.
Okay. Sige. I think wala namang questions na. Okay, so for the last part, it's about data and statistics on HIV. Mas Q&A ito sana. Papatingin ko sana itong websites na ito pero baka we don't have time. In-upload ko rin yung file na to sa Google Classroom. So actually, in your own free time, please check yung files dun sa Module 5. Maiksi lang naman to, parang puro graphs lang ng mga 10 pages. And then yung sagot lang na kailangan yung tanong lang na kailangan yung sagutin ay what is one new thing you learned and what is one thing that is not clear to you. So yung hindi clear sa inyo, i-comment nyo lang doon sa yung natutunan nyo, saka yung hindi clear sa inyo, i-comment nyo lang sa Google Classroom, and then we'll try to answer those questions. So pumili ako ng ilan na I think hindi natin nadaanan or hindi siya ganong common. Una ito, nakita ko tong graph na to. And siguro nagtataka kayo, ano yung shaded part na yon? So hindi ko alam kung nakita nyo na to before or kung nakakita na kayo ng ganito. Pero yung shaded part dyan, actually, siya yung confidence interval. Hindi malinaw sa graph kung ano yung confidence interval, but usually 95% yung confidence interval. Medyo complex idea yung confidence interval sa statistics, pero yung sa madaling salita, yung confidence interval, yun yung confidence level mo. So pag sinabi kong I'm 95% confident na yung actual value nung population ay matatagpuan ko dito sa range na to. So somewhere dito sa shaded part, yung true value nandiyan. And I'm 95% confident about it. So yun yung confidence interval. And yung confidence interval, it doesn't really tell you much about the estimate, kasi ito ay estimated number of new HIV infections. Yung confidence interval, it's more about how good your estimate is. So how reliable your estimate is. So kapag malaki tong region na to, kapag masyado siyang malapad, ibig sabihin hindi maganda yung natin, yung ating estimate. Kasi ang laki ng range ng values kung saan pwedeng nandoon yung true value. Kapag mas maliit, mas maganda kasi mas reliable yung ating estimate. May nakita rin ako sa @aidsdatahub.org. So ganito naman yung sa kanya. Medyo magulo yung presentation niya. Pero yung nandito sa bracket, kung nakikita nyo, etong nandito, for example, etong first entry, 5780, ito ay confidence interval niya. So yung estimate niya ay 68 with confidence interval 57 to 80. So sa graph, yung itsura niya ganito. Kapag naka-table siya, ganito niya sinulat. Okay. Ito, I think magandang example kasi pinaghalo niya yung table sa graph. So dito, instead of just putting the numbers dito sa table, nilagyan niya ng color para mas madaling makita ng audience niya kung mataas ba or mababa. Parang ganun. So pwede nyo rin ito i-try. Baka better lang na ibang colors. Medyo weird yung colors na dito. Pero pinutol ko rin kasi yung table. Ayun. So ito magandang use to actually ng table kasi organize yung data tapos nilagyan niya ng color para mas madali pang makita. Okay. Same doon sa HARP natin. Meron, nandun din siya sa Google Classroom. So, kung may hindi kayo maintindihan sa HARP, please palagay dun sa Google Classroom natin sa stream or mag-comment kayo. Pero I think dun sa pre-workshop assessment natin, parang okay naman so far yung karamihan sa HARP. So, may nakita lang ako sa HARP recently. So, ito yung latest HARP. Tapos, kung mapapansin nyo dito, average number of people newly diagnosed with HIV per day. So, 2011, 6, naging 16, naging 25, naging 35, naging 21. So, yung tanong dito actually, pababa ba yung yung tanong ko dito ay, do you think our HIV incidence rate is decreasing? Why or why not? Kasi para siyang pababa dito eh. Kasi tumaas tapos biglang bumaba. So, kung curious kayo doon, I'm sure alam nyo naman na hindi pa tapos yung 2020. Pero nung kinompute ko tong average, actually itong 21, dinivide na lang from January to June. So tama naman yung average niya dito. Pero I'm not sure if you've come across one memo from EB. Naglabas sila ng memo saying na interpret daw ito carefully kasi nga dahil sa COVID-19 bumaba rin yung ano natin, yung testing.
Yes, that's right.
So kapag i-interpret natin siya, ayun, sabi nga ni Sabina, no, due to the pandemic, our HARP is affected. Yes, yung testing natin, maaring bumaba rin. Kaya yung nadadiagnose natin, bumaba rin. So yung caution actually ng EB ay mag-ingat sa pag-interpret netong results na ito. So ano yung point na gusto kong sabihin dito? When we're trying to interpret data and statistics, kailangan din natin siyang ilagay sa context kung saan siya nanggaling. Kasi ngayon, kunyari, COVID, so syempre may maraming bagay yung apektado and hindi mo pwedeng i-interpret simple lang na 2020 bumaba kasi bumaba na siya eh. Sa mga survey na kinokonduct ng 𝗏𝘁𝗶𝘁 Asia or SWS, sa nakaraang buwan. So lalagay nila doon, kunyari nag-resign si ganito, nagkaroon ng kaso, binagyo. Para yung tao, pag binasa niya yung report ng SWS or ng 𝗏𝘁 Asia, magkakaroon siyang idea kung anong nangyayari sa Philippines at that time at ma-interpret niya yung result gamit yung context na yun para hindi siya nag-exist sa vacuum. Kasi syempre yung mga data naman natin dito, apektado yan ng mga nangyayari dito sa mundo. And yung isa pang interesting actually dito sa graph, kung papansin nyo, parang may movement siya na January tumataas, bumababa ng April, tumataas ng September, bumababa. So parang pag tinignan mo every year, yung 2018, 2019, 2020, parang may ganun siyang movement. So baka yung 21 dito, kapag natapos yung taon, baka mag-iba siya. Baka maging 22 or 23 or tumaas pa. So, yun din yung isa naman din na kailangang pag-ingatan natin kapag mag-i-interpret tayo ng ating data. So, actually, yun lang yung ating Module 5. Meron ba tayong questions before we end? Wala na? Wala tayong questions? Sige, so today yung diniscuss natin ay yung basics ng Microsoft Excel. Nagsimula tayo sa parts. Tapos along the way, we discussed several features and functions na magagamit natin. And then we discussed basic statistical concepts. I hope na kahit after ng workshop, balikan nyo yung materials natin sa Google Classroom. Kasi kapag strong yung appreciation and understanding nyo ng basic concepts, mas madali kayong makakagawa ng analysis in the future. And syempre, kapag nakakita kayo kunyari sa social media ng data or ng statistics, alam nyo kung paano i-appreciate yun. Parang pag nakita nyo, papaisip kayo, parang may mali dito. Or pag nakita nyo, parang tama yung ginawa niya dito. So, important na strong yung ating foundation in terms of the basic statistical concepts. Next, we discussed descriptive statistics na very useful for many things. And then we discussed exploring, validating, and preparing data. na crucial step kapag tayo ay mag-a-analyze ng data. Tapos, sorry, naubo ako actually. Number 4, we discussed analyzing and reporting data primarily through presentation of data na makapag-compare tayo and makapag-analyze, like through text, tables, graphs. And then we also did frequency tables using pivot table, etc. And then briefly we discussed data and statistics on HIV. For the last module, I hope mag-continue yung ating discussion sa Google Classroom. At yun lang for our workshop. If you have questions, use our Google Classroom or you may also email me. Yun lang. Do you have particular questions?
Guys, any questions po before we proceed with the last part? So, Sir Xavier has already provided us with a short synthesis on the things that were discussed today. Any questions, mga friends? If none, I guess we could proceed with answering the evaluation for today's activity. Okay, let me just share my screen. Okay, guys, shared on your screen are the links for the speaker's evaluation. And then the other one is for the actual activity evaluation. So there are 2 surveys that you need to fill out. So links were also typed in on the group chat. Okay. So once again, we just like to reinforce the things that you needed to submit for your certificate of completion to be released or to be sent to your emails. First, you need to be able to upload the activity resource, the JPEG, and then the worksheet. Second, the 5 questions which will be saved as a PDF. Tama ba, Sir Save? Yung tatlo na yun yung pending nila.
Yes, yun yung pending.
Okay. And then the surveys. So I will be checking on the surveys. So kapag kulang ng isang survey, hindi po natin ma-release yung inyong certificate of completion. Same goes with the attendance kung hindi pa po nakakapag-attendance, but I would assume na lahat kayo nakapag-attendance na by this point. So ito na lang pong speaker's evaluation and then yung activity evaluation. Sheet error. Bakit error? Wait, let me just check. Guys, gumagana naman po siya. It's working naman po. There. This is the first survey. This is the online speakers evaluation tool. And then the other survey for the activity, there, it's also working. Oo nga, kulang. Sorry naman, my friends. Okay, so 0 responses on both. So just a suggestion po, I guess better if you could just save a copy of the link and then submit it na lang later kasi it's almost 5 o'clock na rin. So yan po, do a screenshot para you could just go back to it once na may free time na kayo sa bahay ninyo. You could access this survey kahit nasa mobile phone kayo. Okay, nakapag-screenshot na po ba sila? Okay, if you are all good now with doing a screenshot for the survey, I guess we are all good for today's session. Once you were able to submit all of the requirements, we will be sending you the certificate of completion, right, Sir Steve? So ano po tayo? Kaliwaan po tayo. So pag hindi po complete, hindi po ma-release yung inyong certificate. Ayan. Any other announcements received before we part ways for today's session?
Gusto ko lang mag-thank you sa lahat. I'm not sure if this is your first experience of Zoom workshop. Ako first experience ko tong mag-facilitate ng Zoom workshop. And thank you so much for being so patient and cooperative. I'm sure yung second batch, dapat thankful sa inyo kasi kayo ang naging experiment namin dito for the workshop. So,
let's not say naman na ginawa natin sila experiment.
hindi naman.
Hindi naman sa ganun, guys. Ano lang, siguro yung mga things that maybe we would be able to improve on come the second batch, 'di ba?
Yes. So ayun, thank you so much for today's workshop. So ayun, hope to see everyone soon. Hopefully in real life, hindi na virtual. Baka next year. Ayun lang. Thank you so much. Ingat kayo lagi.
Okay. So on behalf po of the Department of Health, Central Luzon Center for Health Development, and the Regional TB/HIV Support Network, we would also like to thank Engineer Xavier Javines Bilon for taking the time to teach us not just basic Excel skills, but also a lot of things in terms of analyzing HIV data. And we are really hoping that most of our, all of our participants for today's session would be able to use the knowledge that were taught to you. Okay po? So once again po, my name is 𝗃𝗏𝗃𝗃. On behalf of Sir J.M. Manlutang and Dr. 𝗨𝗏𝗃𝗃𝗃 vidar, as well as Regional Director Cesar C. Cashon, maraming salamat po sa pagstay sa amin. If you have questions po, you could send us either an email or a chat through Messenger perhaps, para at least we would be able to respond to them accordingly po. Okay? If wala na pong question, pwede na po kayong kumuha ng handkerchiefs or ng tissue. Pwede na pong punasan yung mga ilong natin. Alam ko po na maraming nag-nosebleed buong araw. Okay, again, maraming salamat po. Happy long weekend for everyone. Holiday tayo tomorrow. So yun, you have more time to finish yung inyong mga pending requirements. Okay. Don't forget to participate on the survey po. Okay. Maraming salamat.